he's trying his very best to come today. But if he doesn't come, then at the next sitting it will be answered. So my apologies to you. Again, if he's not here today. The leader of government business was prepared to answer your question, but was detained on a personal matter, but he will be.
I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce, and I've read a first-time bill shortly entitled, the Cybercrimes Amendment.
Policy for culture, entertainment, and the creative economy. Next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion.
Present and participate fully. It is important that all parliamentarians attend. Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees, notice of motion given orally.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the National Housing Trust Housing Benefits Special Selection Junior Crescent Housing Project Order 2025, which was laid on the table of the House on the 13th day of January 2026, be referred to the Regulations Committee of the House for consideration and report. Further, I beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Also, Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that this Honourable House appoints a select committee comprising of the following members. Honourable Olivia Grange, Honourable Kerencia Morrison, Honourable Tova Hamilton, Honourable Delano Seavright, Honourable Donovan Williams, Ms. Denise Daly, and Ms. Nikisha Burchell to sit jointly with a similar committee to be appointed by the Senate to consider and report its findings to this Honourable House on the Green Paper 01205, National Policy for Culture, Entertainment, and the Creative Economy 2025 to 2035. Be it resolved that this Honourable House also appoints a select committee comprising of the following members. Honourable Juliet Cuthbert Finn, Honourable Mrs. Marissa Dalrymple Filbert, Honourable Tova Hamilton, Honourable Donovan Williams, Mr. Dwayne Smith, Ms. Zuleika Jess, and Mr. Haisat Buchanan to sit jointly with a similar committee to be appointed by the Senate to consider and report its findings to this Honourable House on an act to fit the implementation of child diversion in the criminal justice system and for connected matters. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motions notice of which was given.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce, and I've read a first-time bill shortly entitled, the Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2026. I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take first reading of the bill.
Questions and answers to questions.
Mr. Speaker, there is a question standing in my name that the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining was scheduled to answer today. I notice he is not in the House. Can I assume that this matter will be recommitted? This item will be recommitted when the minister arrives?
Thank you very much. The leader of government business was prepared to answer your question, but was detained on a personal matter. But he's making his best effort to attend. If not, your questions will be answered when he sits in the House again, if he's not here today. He's trying his very best to come today. But if he doesn't come, then at the next sitting it will be answered. So my apologies to you.
Motion that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motion relating to the sitting of the House. Motion for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the first reading of a bill shortly entitled the Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2026.
Members, the question is that the standing order be suspended to allow the minister to take the first reading of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled the Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2026 be read a first time.
A bill shortly entitled the Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2026 read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill.
Public business.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing order be suspended to enable the minister to take the motion. Motions, notice of which he gave earlier. Tonight. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
I like and share tonight, you know.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask that the motions be approved.
The question is that the motions, notice of which minister gave earlier, be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister with responsibility for justice would have not forgiven us if we did not approve the committee for child diversion. So it's a very important development in his ministry, which will assist a lot of young children. We will now move to having a debate on the Financial Administration and Audit Act Amendment.
See type of politics we are going in Jamaica. True flight grade no saying a corruption.
By the minister.
He no come and work today.
Later on, we'll be discussing
about personal reason. Flight green, I want a thump in your mouth, pussy. That may I tell you.
Madam Minister.
Sure.
Minister, just indicate first which one you're taking.
I'm doing the amendment to the Financial Administration and Audit Act. So, Mr. Speaker,
Andrew alone and
I
knock.
stand here before this
Andrew,
House today
I'm shit drunk.
commence the debate on the bill entitled the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment Act 2026. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act, the FAA Act, to remove the cap on the maximum amount that may be held in the National Natural Disaster Reserve Fund, NNDRF, cease mandatory annual transfers from the consolidated fund to the NNDRF.
Desmond Mackenzie man that they are not flavored, you know.
$10 billion.
The man that Desmond grab up. See him there?
Section 13A1AI, which makes provision for the transfer of $200 million from the consolidated fund to the NNDRF during the financial year 2023-2024. Mr. Speaker, before conducting the clause-by-clause examination of the bill, I feel that it is important to remind this Honorable House that the NNDRF was established pursuant to an amendment to the FAA Act in June 2024. Mr. Speaker, this Honorable House may recall that this amendment to establish the NNDRF was to provide a disaster risk management facility that would enable an immediate financial response to a disaster affecting Jamaica that has either a fiscal impact equivalent to or greater than 1.5% of GDP, or about $55 billion, which triggers a disbursement under a natural disaster instrument held by or on behalf of the government of Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, currently Section 13A1 of the FAA Act provides that the NNDRF shall consist of issues from the consolidated fund principal bank account, from the triggering of natural disaster instruments, and from other indicated sources of flows, such that the maximum amount of the NNDRF shall be $10 billion. However, it's important to note that as a result of the passage of Hurricane Melissa on October 28, 2025, the disaster coverage for Jamaica was well in excess of $10 billion at approximately $115.7 billion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Hurricane Melissa, having triggered several of these instruments, has resulted in an expected flow of resources well in excess of the $10 billion, the maximum legislated for the NNDRF. Mr. Speaker, Jamaica's robust disaster risk financing framework enabled a rapid flow of funds to meet urgent response needs.
Suck out your mama.
The framework facilitated an immediate
Stink like
inflow
dog
of
shit.
critical liquidity to supplement the government's own contingency resources. For this, we are grateful to our international partners in this regard. Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment will seek to remove the cap of $10 billion, the maximum that currently applies to the amount that can be held in the NNDRF, and that the mandatory annual transfers from the consolidated fund cease once the NNDRF is at or above $10 billion. It is also proposed that Section 13A1 FAI, which required a transfer of $200 million from the consolidated fund to the NNDRF during financial year 2023-24 be removed. This is being done, Mr. Speaker, because the NNDRF was neither approved nor operational during that financial year. And so if you'll permit me, Mr. Speaker, I will now do a clause-by-clause presentation of the bill. So the bill entitled the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment Act 2026, clause by clause. The short title, Clause 1, Mr. Speaker, addresses preliminary issues of the bill. It sets out the short title, construction and commencement of the Act, which is cited as the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment Act 2026, and must be read and construed as one with the Financial Administration and Audit Act. Clause 2 amends Section 13A1 of the FAA Act, which establishes the NNDRF and provides for its funding with issues from the Consolidated Fund Principal Bank Account. This amendment proposes the deletion of the requirement of $200 million that was to be issued to the NNDRF in the aggregate in the financial year 2023-24, then $1 billion during the financial year 2024-2025, and thereafter no less than $400 million annually, so that the sums paid into the fund does not exceed $10 billion. In other words, Mr. Speaker, this amendment proposes the deletion of the aforementioned provision and to replace same with a provision that states that the NNDRF shall be funded with issues from the Consolidated Fund Principal Bank Account such that the amount is not less than $400 million annually, so that no issue would be required of an amount that would result in the NNDRF exceeding $10 billion. Sorry. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons explains the purpose of the bill and provides an overview of the necessity and scope of the bill. The Memorandum of Objects and Reasons speaks to the fiscal response required to remove the cap of $10 billion on the amount that can be paid into the NNDRF and to remove the mandated requirement of annual issues from the Consolidated Fund once the NNDRF reaches the amount of $10 billion. I therefore seek the support of the members of this Honorable House in passing this bill, subject to any amendments made here today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from St. Andrews South Eastern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I'm seeking clarity on a couple of matters. One, do the proceeds from the insurance payouts, whether they be the cap bond or the ones from CRIF, do those proceeds get paid into this particular fund? That's my first question. If that's so, then it's absolutely understandable why the 10 billion figure would be woefully low. And is there, in your contemplation of removing the cap, are you thinking of a higher figure, or you're just going to have no ceiling in terms of what that figure could be? We have obviously experienced a hurricane which has been considered the worst ever, and as such, we don't know whether we will be in this position in the future. So is there a contemplation of a ceiling or none whatsoever? And third, is there a requirement that if the funds are used up from this fund, do they have to be at the beginning of the next financial year taken from the consolidated fund to put back into it? I know I'm not sure if it is this particular fund, but my recollection is that there's a requirement that we reimburse if we use from a particular fund, if it's this disaster fund. So I'm just seeking clarity on those matters.
Member from St. Andrews Southern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, what you're seeking to do here today, I think, is uncontroversial. The establishment of this fund was done by a bill passed in 2024 that amended the Financial Administration and Audit Act. And what you're seeking to do here is to amend one paragraph of the provisions that were enacted by the 2024 bill. You mentioned in your presentation that in replacing that paragraph, which is paragraph A of subsection 1 of section 13A, you mentioned that one of the reasons for the amendment to A and the replacement of A is that in its existing form, it made reference to $200 million being put into this fund from the Consolidated Fund Principal Bank account during the financial year 2023-2024. And you made the point that the fund had not yet been established. What you didn't make reference to, though, was the next subparagraph, which is also being replaced, subparagraph Roman 2, which spoke to the need to put up to $1 billion in the fund during the financial year 2024-2025. And given that you had explained why you were replacing subparagraph 1, your omission in making a reference to subparagraph 2, which is also being replaced, made me wonder why you hadn't explained that as well. And is it that, what was the reason for replacing subparagraph 2? Is it that it didn't happen, that an amount up to $1 billion was put in the fund in the fiscal year 2024-2025? Is that why it's being replaced? I don't know. But I'm interested to find out why we're replacing that, if it in fact happened. The other point I want to make is this. Well, first of all, there is not a cap on the overall fund of $10 billion because the fund is comprised of a variety of potential sources of resources. Issues from the consolidated fund are dealt with by paragraph A, and those are the ones that are capped at $10 billion. But there are several other sources, for example, B, which are amounts received by the government from triggering national disaster instruments held by or on behalf of the government. So those are a separate source and are not covered by the $10 billion. And as you have indicated, although I didn't hear the date, and I asked you what the date was, but you didn't repeat it. You mentioned the figure in the fund of 115 approximately billion. I don't know at what date that was, but clearly that's way in excess of $10 billion. And it's not unlawful because the cap only applies to amounts put into the fund from the consolidated fund, but the cap does not apply to the proceeds of national disaster instruments. Other potential sources are in C, unspent balances existing in any appropriation at the end of a fiscal year. So if there are unspent balances, the minister can determine that some or all of those unspent balances should go into this fund. Grants received, indeed, grants received from any source, specifically in relation to the objectives of the fund. So if Jamaica received a grant, which was specifically for natural disaster-related relief, it should go into this fund. And E says such returns earned from investment monies in the fund, as may be determined by the minister. This suggests that the fund is actually a separate and segregated fund that can be invested to earn interest, whether on deposit or otherwise. And makes me wonder why we don't have accounts being produced of this fund, if that is the case. You know, there should be financial statements for this fund so we can see what's going on with it. And F says any other sources of funding approved by the minister by order subject to affirmative resolution for the purpose. So there are 6 different named sources of funding for this fund, of which A, which is a consolidated fund itself, is only one. And it is that one that is capped at 10 billion. But the others have no cap and could be as large as we are able to get them to be. One question I had for you, though, in relation to the wording of paragraph A, as this amendment would have it. It says, issues from the Consolidated Fund Principal Bank account of not less than $400 million annually. And then it goes on to say, so, however, that no issue shall be required under this paragraph of an amount that would result in the National Natural Disaster Reserve Fund exceeding $10 billion. And my question, when I read it, is why are we keeping a cap? In other words, we know that we're susceptible to these deadly or devastating natural disasters. We've had 2 in 2 years. We know that global warming and climate change are realities that are going to be confronting us in the years to come. If there's an annual cap or annual floor of $400 million, which is, in the scheme of things, a modest sum, why do we want to retain a cap on the cash push amounts that go from the budget into this fund at $10 billion, which is where it was originally? I understand you're saying we are removing the cap, but we're also saying that once you reach 10 billion, you no longer have to make any contributions from the budget to this fund. And I'm just wondering whether that's prudent. I would have thought that we should, given the era we're in, we should continue to have the discipline of making these contributions annually, especially since there's no obligation to reimburse the fund. I can't find it anyway. I've looked. I don't see where in 13.8 it says if you draw down on the fund because there's been a disaster which has to be dealt with, there's no obligation to top it back up over a certain number of fiscal years or anything of that nature. So given that there's no obligation in the law to reimburse the fund, why are we keeping a limit? When I say a limit, why are we saying that you don't have to make contributions out of the budget of at least $400 million a year on an ongoing basis, regardless of whether the fund has reached 10 billion or not? That's really my question for you. Speaking for myself, I think we should just delete the words in the bill that come after the word annually in paragraph A and continue to contribute $400 million a year to this fund on an ongoing basis, regardless of where the amount is. Because 10 billion, as we've seen, is totally inadequate to address the likely consequences of any serious national disaster. So that's my suggestion there. I have one other comment, which is not on the content of the bill, but is more on the legislative process. And this has been triggered by my experience with this bill. So when I received the bill, when it was tabled last week, it was in long form, and it's an amending bill. I wanted to see the Principal Act to see what was being changed, because on reading the bill in isolation, you have no idea of what it's doing or what it's saying. I tried on Parliament's website to find a complete copy, up-to-date copy of the Financial Administration Audit Act, or even of the legislation that had introduced this fund. Neither the bill that did that, nor the act that resulted when that bill was passed were available on Parliament's website. And Mr. Speaker, I must complain about the management of the website of Parliament in relation to legislation. It is not being kept current. I looked on it, there was one act.
And them are delete things off at Mark Golan. That are the next thing. Andrew Wellness having millions them I go on these websites and I clear it because they want to put some new things inside. But Mark Golan, as the inner Parliament to them, bridging. I want you to make them know like how they're close beside of them. Tell them say we're going to beat out them blood clot. I want you to tell them like you're in a parliament because you represent we in a parliament. So this is a message to them. Tell them say we're going to beat out their ass. You see all Flight Green through in a corruption he missing from parliament today. Flight Green. Remember from last year, I tell you say y'all get fucked, you know. Remember we come on your live before election and we tell you say we inform on Andrew Wellness. And you laugh. And I tell you say you know say Andrew Wellness thief your money though. And you read the text and laugh. Flight Green. You all get a beating in Jamaica, you know. Whether you want to believe it yes or no, Flight Green, you're going to get a beating in Jamaica. I just which day, but you're going to get a beating in Jamaica. Continue to talk my Prime Minister.
For 2025 on the website of Parliament. And the 2024 did not have the Financial Administration Amendment Act 2024, which is a legislation that introduced this fund into our law. I checked on the Ministry of Justice's website. It's not there.
When I hear them,
because the Ministry of Justice's website only has the revised laws of Jamaica on it, and the revised laws, colleagues, are the laws that result when the Acts of Parliament go through a law revision process, which the law revision commissioners oversee a process that is a technical process that is to make sure that what goes into the revised laws is an accurate statement of the law, because of the legislation that we pass are amending. So you're changing this and changing that, and it's almost like creating a puzzle and making sure all the pieces of the puzzle are properly configured in the amending pages. So they haven't reached 2024 yet. So you can't find any legislation on the Ministry of Justice's website for 2024, much less 2025 or 2026. So I was at a loss. So I had to reach out to the Ministry of Finance and to the Office of Parliamentary Counsel, and they very kindly were able to provide me with the 2024 Amendment Act, which is this, which has enabled me to make this presentation here today. This is not good enough, Mr. Speaker. Our laws are important. Access to our laws are fundamental to the rule of law in the country.
Mr. Andrew, you're going to get a blood clot beating in Jamaica left it to God. Me say, if you think that these police and soldiers you have a bodyguard you can save you from get a beating from the people of Jamaica, you make a sad mistake. You must get a beating. Your name have to get a beating. Can I tell you this in a batty boy? You're not the Prime Minister of Jamaica, you know. Me just tell you that straight. And everybody will cheer on you, then someone gets some liquor for them ras too. Let me tell you this bumbuckler, dirty big nose Andrew Wellness. You're not the Prime Minister of Jamaica, batty boy. I not work with a batty boy. I not work with a thief. I tell you that straight pussy. So these things when I go and change up things, I say you must get a beating. Your name have to get a beating from the Jamaican people. You go on. Your blood clot go on. Till one of them there, you have to go run out of their long mouth boot the way you wear. One of them bumbuckler there, you have to go run out of their long mouth boot the way you wear. Just watch. Just watch.
And I really think we need to do better, and the necessary human or other resources need to be put in place to ensure that the website of Parliament has all bills and all acts that have been passed or tabled or passed in this Parliament on a current basis.
I'm just make you know straight tonight. If Mark Golan did stay like you get a beating long time. Take it from Talk Your Mind, Blood Clot TV. If Mark Golan did said character like get licked. Most of you have a hand in a resignation already. If Mark Golan did stay like Me, I tell you, talking my TV, I tell you tonight, no found an MP get licking on her ass. If Mark Golding did stay like Uno, I just show respect Mark Golding and I work with him. Let me tell you that blood clot. If Mark Golding had said character like Uno, no found get on her face, lick off already. Me I thought the MP them, with or without bodyguard. Me just make Uno know.
Too often, I have to be emailing Parliament and they tell me it's not yet done, and it is a chaotic and chaka-chaka system of running the Parliament and the legislative side of it.
Then Andrew a dog shit, man. Andrew a dog shit, you know. Andrew come mash up a Andrew a dog shit, real blood clot dog shit. When I walk past a roadside, Andrew, the Prime Minister of Jamaica named Andrew Michael Only, is a real dog shit. A chaka-chaka thing in deal with. I want to go change this and change. Hey, old time people say when Platinum wanted the shoot. And I know that is a fact. Then say when Platinum wanted the shoot, and I see that for true. Me grow and live for see when banana tree and plant tree wanted, then shoot. Me live and see that. And nobody tell me that.
I had to raise that today.
What do you mean?
Mr. Speaker, because I think, these are not resource-constrained things. This is just a question of putting a little bit of effort and priority behind it because it is important. And it is very important.
Honestly, the reason why so could Cliff Hughes and so could Andrew Wellness, them did want Mark Golding to resign and get one local puppet. We can take side with them on behalf of money and go and run things. We see with Mark Golding had them problem. Mark Golding had them problem. And I see them want to pass one bill in a Parliament, Mark Golding. For black we talk on social media. It will never happen. I'm tell you this, Andrew. No pussy wall Jankro, who is a public servant, who work for me, when me pay with my taxpayer money, can't put no bill in place to stop me from holding accountable. But me just tell you that, you know. But me just tell you this again, blood clot, dirty, sour, big nose, Andrew Wellness. No blood clot dog shit like yourself, when me pay with my taxpayer money, can't pass no bill in a Parliament to stop me from hold uno accountable. Get that in your blood clot head.
That we do that. So going back to the bill itself, Mr. Speaker, Minister, as I've said, it is uncontroversial. I do not understand why we are retaining a cap, so to speak, on the contributions that can be made into this fund, or at least saying that once 10 billion is in there, the consolidated fund, we no longer have to make annual contributions from the budget to the fund of at least 400 million. I think that is I would say we must make those contributions every year because we know the times we're living in.
This where Mark Golding point out is very dangerous, you know. This where Mark Golding point out is very dangerous. When the sister Mark Golding work, if Mark Golding never did that work, he wouldn't find us that this thing change, you know. Then this thing happen, you know. If Mark Golding never did that, take his time out, if you are doing work, he wouldn't discover this thing. Big up yourself, Marky. One blood clot, Marky G, for all of the app them. And in a year. And if these Jankro, we are ready for suck and cock, things that then can pass, no bill in our Parliament. To stop we and talk, it will never happen. We have to left with job. I just make you know, you know. From blood clot, dirty teeth in Andrew Wellness to the last. Look, nobody working in Parliament. Me telling you this. If the people in Jamaica I want to tell you, I'm telling you this pussy hole. There's no time in this life and the next life when you can pass no bill in our Parliament to stop we from holding us accountable. And I know that. Because if we get out of hand, I will make sure of that. We're going to hold UNO accountable, and there's nothing you can do about that apart from leave we work. And here, Andrew Holness, it go for you too. The only thing you can do to stop we from call the dirty blood clot thief himself. I left for job, leave for job. But so long as you sit down in that blood clot Prime Minister office, there's nothing you can do upon the book and outside of the book to stop we from holding accountable. Just get that in your blood clot head.
We will need the money sooner or later, and it's good that it's there when we need it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
All right, Mr. Speaker, the member from St. Andrew Northeast asked, do the proceeds, Southeast, just across the street from me. Do the proceeds
when you leave Flavor, when you leave Parliament today, go find yourself in one doctor. You look like somebody have sickle cell or somebody have AIDS. You look sickly. All your hair look like it a drop out. Go find yourself in one blood clot rehab and come out of the Parliament. With them a big ever sitting around your neck. Your neck now hot you. Eh? So you think you look good now in Parliament, you don't represent the Parliament well. You should have in somebody's backyard and wash them clothes. You should have in somebody's backyard and wash them husband all working clothes and then go ground, go working. All I want the side of you. If they pass on construction site and mix smarter. That blood clot Jezebel one the back of your flavored William. That girl left for the pants on a girl and a girl. That thing there. For the pants on construction site and mix concrete. The iron a tough blood clot sitting behind you. And you for them some people yard back and wash their dirty clothes. And come out of a blood clot Parliament. And Andrew Holness for like a sweep road at early morning time. And I clean the toilet them in the hospital. And clean the bathroom in the police station. That the blood clot what Andrew Holness to do for taxpayer money. That me I tell him.
This fund. And Mr. Speaker, the short answer is yes, we direct it, we direct proceeds into the NNDRF. And the next question was if we use from a particular fund, do we reimburse?
Big up everybody who watch it keen, you know. Big up on yourself.
The funds go into the NNDRF. And if we use it out of that, what we try to do is to ensure that our national natural disaster risk financing framework continues to be maintained. So, for example, in the recent disaster, the facility from...
Look at the teeth in boy. Said an estamag. Watch it fucker.
We got the funding.
I say I can't wait for the day come make me run through the blood clot back door. I don't know. I say I can't wait for the day come. You have to jump blood clot downstairs and I run through the back. You don't know?
The continuation of the facility. No obligation. Where we okay, approximate 0.7
See, Desmond Mackenzie Monday.
No, this
Desmond Mackenzie, what am I fuck? Him and Desmond.
The amount
Desmond Mackenzie man, this.
that we would expect to...
Oh, Mr. Desmond Mackenzie, grab him up.
Then
half your fuck. Desmond Mackenzie man, that. Desmond Mackenzie for shining, so.
From everywhere into that fund.
I remember him a thief too, you know, Petro Jam, you know.
Right, and...
I remember saying a thief.
Right, but it's also a catastrophe, right? Catastrophe bond as well. And we are speaking to our partners to restore the global cap bond, the one that was purchased on the international markets. You would
when me hear a term like the global cat bond that was purchased on the international market, boy, it give me cold bump, it give me goosebump over my body to blood clot. Me say give me goosebump over my body. Because me know them I use harp from ever since and I fuck up the Caribbean them. Me know them use harp. from ever since and I fuck up the Caribbean. But now they not hide again. They just a link with the Prime Minister and the President them and give them some money and fuck up the country. Eh? This is the blood clot reset, you know. Eh? This come like an Operation Popeye, then go on with Operation Mangoes. And Jones make happen in Jamaica, you know. I'm not going to do some research for Operation Mangoes. So the same blood clot thing happening in Jamaica like Operation Mango. And Jones collect money for them test these weapons of mass destruction on our island. Seeing? And now the World Bank are pouring one bag of money because from AJ Banker come down to Jamaica, you know. Jamaica get fucked, you know. From the World Bank president putting foot on the soil. Gonna have that meeting with Andrew Holness. Jamaica get fucked from this up. The World Bank president come to Jamaica is a blood clot destruction in bring. With the World Bank president touch the soil of Jamaica and come with destruction. Believe the AJ Banker. From him touch the soil of Jamaica, just destruction on top of destruction. A walking destruction, these people. These people are people who stay far from. And Michael Manley and PJ and then stay far from these people. But because we have the local criminal CIA gang operating in Jamaica, same way from Siaga time. And them this again a blood clot like a pestilence in our skin. Like a pestilence. Can I believe? Not even one member of parliament in the Jamaica Labour Party is clean. All of them are thief. Can I believe? The country are run by one bunch of thief. We not talk about no illicit enrichment. Suck out them mama. They run by one bunch of thief. One bunch of thief, you know. One bunch of thief in our parliament. A pass bill and a make rule. One bunch of thief. And some people they on social media attack. Me say someone over there on social media attack. When you type a fuckery, as you don't type enough for just drop down and dead. No fun with the on social media attack. As you don't type a fuckery or post some fuckery video, as you lock off on the phone, you know for just drop down and blood clot, dead, same place, and nobody no find you. You just stay there and just ratting out. I don't so no blood clot. I don't even deserve a blood clot live. Because I don't know live for. Careless bumbo clot, drunk like you know.
I think that investors would shy away from catastrophe bond after this, but the opposite, because they recognize the efficiency of the market. And when you look at their portfolios, they're able to buy small amounts. So you have many investors participating in a bond, catastrophe bond, for example. Yeah. All right. And the member from St. Andrews Southern, I know you recognize that it's uncontroversial, and it is.
Look how they look dirty.
And, in all,
look how they look dirty and dull. Look how they look dull.
Remarks that you,
eh? You don't just look on a TV screen or on a phone screen or on a tablet screen. Look how. Oh, hold on, the camera's going to show them. See the Prime Minister here. See the blood clot Prime Minister on the screen. If you don't like, you just drop down and dead. One market Jeep on the app.
Have to make a contribution. So,
look how these people look dirty looking.
To the member from St. Andrews.
Like they're not dead. Look at them.
In the old days.
Look at the flavor. Look like somebody tidy come to Parliament. Look on them.
A small contribution.
That one just look like he just wake up and put on a green blood clot window curtain. Look like he just wake up and put on a window curtain coming out of Parliament. The iron balloon over there, so if you're a guinea chick. Look how blood clot if you're a guinea chick. In a window curtain. And then look at them put on center table for Christmas time. Then look tablecloth.
this government has taken it on to bring a framework to disaster risk.
Mark Golden have to just say watch it fucking dog shit them. And that Mark Golden has saying I mind, you know, look on the dog shit them.
On the budget.
No, that Mark Golden look upon and say watch on the blood clot dog shit them.
We have looked wide and far and found instruments, financial instruments, to bring into this framework of
look on the blood clot. Watch look on them.
different nature.
Look how they look dirty looking. Look how them feel jankro.
We saw
Look how them feel jankro on the TV screen.
global catastrophe
Look on these blood clot genetic modified jankro on the screen.
international market. In the case of the
Look at these genetic
Caribbean,
GMO blood clot jankro on the screen.
helped us with
Now
that.
come out of a parliament. Genetic modified jankro like you know.
Pull together
Look on this one now.
or IFI's international financial.
Wake up, look at the wake up look when you have. I say look right through you know. Always look like you wake up. That is why it's up. Watch it fucking dog shit.
We had a very robust national natural disaster financing framework. And the rest
Look for a favor, William. If you are ground up in a blood clot cemetery.
of that fund
Look if you are ground up in a
that
cemetery.
include, in the first instance,
Ever see some Anglican church? We have a cemetery close by. You always see some building that look like Favored William. Then call them Grundov.
we also had contingency fund.
Blood clot. Look if you are Grundov. We used to call them Duppy Bird.
IDB contingent facility. World
Grundov.
Bank
See
Catastrophe
fucking
Fund,
dog shit there.
Global
Now
Catastrophe
Parliament.
Bond, the IMF Rapid Financing Instrument.
Watch one this one now. The one that depend on Darrell Vaz all night just come in.
Two different.
See when I depend on Darrell Vaz all night. See just come in there.
Yes,
Matthew Samuda.
continue to fund from the budget. But again, our budget is required to do all kinds of things. There are all kinds of calls on the budget. So if we are able to have our international partners, the global financial market, and all those entities help us to put together this framework and have it funded, I think it's a more disciplined way to go about having a national natural disaster risk financing resources at our disposal. And we saw how quickly those funds were able to be dispersed, and we are going to continue to build it out. We're looking at different types of instruments for different, not just for hurricanes, but for other types of disasters, so that we are ready in the event Jamaica is hit again by something. We're ready with the instruments that can quickly deploy and give us the needed finances to be able to begin the relief effort right away. So that should answer your question. Why are we not keeping a cap? Why are we keeping a cap from the funds flow from the consolidated fund? It's because of our ability to establish and to get way more financing otherwise than we could from the budget because of the many calls on the budget. Thank you.
One thing, you know, when Favored William attack, you see,
St. Andrews, South
I feel like my rest give me some slap to come out of the parliament.
Follow-up
You
question.
know make no sense, you know? She don't make no sense of the parliament.
Sorry, just one follow-up question. Appreciating the importance of the payouts from the insurance, the different insurances, the cat bonds.
Yeah, bring some more.
How even with those payouts, it really has been inadequate in comparison to the damage. Is the government in discussions with our creditors to discuss provisions within those loan facilities that if there is a disaster, that it would defer whether principal or interest payments? I know other countries like Barbados have done this, and it's estimated that we would have been able to defer up to $2 billion US. Defer, not cancel, but defer, which would ease some pressure on the government at this particular time. So the question is, are you having those discussions, and will that become a feature of our debt going forward?
So in our debt with our international partners, that clause exists in many of, that clause already exists, and in new debt going forward, we will ensure, we've indicated already that we would like those kinds of clauses to continue in those instruments. It becomes a little bit more difficult when you issue debt on the international market, right? But if you're, right, so it's easier to negotiate with our partners or international partners than on the international market. But that is something, if we ever go to market, that we would try to do.
House Leader. Sorry. Minister, you can now ask for the second reading. The minister.
Mr. Speaker, I conclude the debate on the bill and ask that it be read a second time.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it.
An act to amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act, read for a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
Yeah, so nice. Look, how this big bird? How a big bird I go? How this not this big?
I now
yellow.
put clause,
big bird.
I now put clauses 1 and 2. Individual. Okay. I now put clause 1. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. I now put clause 2.
No, yeah. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister, I had proposed an amendment to clause 2, which would have deleted the proviso, i.e. all the words after annually in the clause, on the basis that given the situation we're living in, the environment and climatic conditions that we face, the prudent thing.
What is not this? Come on. I could have what this. I could have what this. Don't bother with that, you know. I'm just don't bother with that me I tell you now.
Thing would be for the fund to be continually built up year by year from what is really a modest contribution from the budget of 400 million as a minimum. Your response to that was saying, well, we have these other arrangements that are satisfactory, so we really don't need to stretch the budget out any longer once we reach 10 billion. For the record, I don't think that's a satisfactory response. I think that we should continue to contribute to this fund. I agree with you
Prime
that
Minister.
times have changed and have shown the importance of discipline around financing of disaster relief. I do commend the government for the efforts it has made over the years with that. I commend Dr. Omar Davis for being instrumental in the establishment of the CRIF as an insurance facility for the region. But we are where we are, and I think that we ought not to say, once the thing is at 10 billion, that we no longer have to make any further budgetary contributions to it. I mean, for example, the parametric insurance that we have is you can't say it's reliable. I mean, when Beryl hit, we didn't get a cent from the cat bonds, although the damage was very substantial. Your predecessor minister came here and explained the grid and the biometric pressure limits, and that we can't quite qualify it. So although we suffered many billions of dollars of damage, way in excess of 10 from Beryl, and indeed there are people still reeling from Beryl who have not fully recovered. You know, that we didn't get a cent from the cat bonds
like Matthew some other on top of that was.
So I think that one thing we can be sure of is self-reliance. And we ought to make an annual contribution in this era to the fund. And I'm going to propose that amendment, that all of the words following the word annually in the new paragraph A, which is in clause 2 of the bill, be deleted.
So, member, we will continue to look to search for different instruments for the fund. Just because the cap bond did not trigger last year in Beryl, that doesn't mean that funds were not flowing in from other instruments. CRIF, there was funds that came from CRIF, there are funds that came from other instruments, and our preferred way as a government is to look for different types of instruments to put into this disaster risk financing framework so that we have surety about what we'll be able to receive.
Minister, I hear you, and I agree 100% that we need to have an array of different sources of relief to deal with natural disasters. And there are credit lines, there are these bonds, there are insurance policies, etc., and there's the budget. Now, the point really is, why are we capping our contributions from the budget? Given that we know that whatever it is, that the totality of what the coverage that we have is a fraction of the damage that these massive disasters can cause. The physical damage from Melissa has been quantified with reasonable accuracy at, I think, 8.8 billion US. That's the physical damage to Jamaican assets, private and public. Not to mention the non-physical losses, you know, the damage to business and the economy and so on. So the sum of the total of what you're expecting by way of flows for this fund, including the cat bond and the credit lines and the CRIF insurance, etc., is $115 billion, which is not even 1 billion US. So it's not even, it's about 15% of the physical losses that the country has sustained. So to say that we're gonna cover it in other ways is really fictional. And that is why I proposed the amendment I've proposed. But anyway, the minister is not in favor of it. We can move on.
Minister, if I could.
Prime Minister, your mic is on.
Thank you, Chairman. The leader of the opposition's point is not to be dismissed. And I interpret what he's saying.
Hear the finance minister talking now.
National Disaster Risk Fund should be at its highest level possible. And nobody argues.
Hear the finance minister attack now, because Mark Golan Stan Favor William can't explain himself with this. So the finance minister who hide behind a Favor William take over from Favor William right now. You know what happened? So Andrew Wallace, the finance minister, I hide behind a favored William. Now allow favored William for doing work. When the work gets sticky upon favored William, when you know say the thief in dog shit take over from favored. And him, I remember, you know, Senator Brown did say here, say Andrew Willis want to be the finance minister. But if he ever carry come to Parliament, it will never work. So what Andrew Willis do is put favor William up front as the sign for the business. But really and truly, Andrew Willis are the business owner. So Andrew Willis is the finance minister, you know. He just use favored William as a face card. That is why I'm have to take over from Favor William now. So I go hear what that thieving boy say, because everything what Favor William say already, and him say it. So I go continue hear what him did I say.
To that point. But remember the framework that we have, where we have different funds for different levels of risk. So the National Disaster Risk Fund is meant to be your first
listen to Deacon Holness, because preaching,
with what is usually described as low intensity, low risk incidents that occur. And therefore, what...
All right. If we don't know this bridge now, like how me know him, that tone of voice when him have attack is a nervous tone of voice. It is not the type of tone of voice when I come in a Parliament to come to shout and try to call down everybody. No. This tone of voice I'm using now, it is a nervous tone of voice. Because remember, the whole of them in a corruption. Like corruption print out on the whole of them. And whatever them do, it just not going to work. I'm not going to sit down and look on this. So what you fucking need at them. So the finance minister, the original finance minister, have to take over from Favor. From Feel Bad. Because we hear what this guy say. Because everything what Favor Williams already say. And what him write and give Favor Williams to say. But based on what our Prime Minister Mark Golding say, Favor Williams can't answer these questions. He can't match up. He can't level up. So, this little BSc school dropout, fee saying they on Mark Golding levels. So, he want to come level up with Mark Golding now. So, I can see what he make up out of.
The Ministry of Finance is trying to do is to gauge what that kind of low intensity disaster, low risk disaster would be. And then if you go past low intensity disaster, then there is another kind of instrument that addresses it. And I think that they have come up with that framework which works. So it's not that we don't want the fund to be huge, but remember, when we sequester funds from the consolidated fund, it increases the fiscal pressure because you can't use those funds for anything else other than
a basic school dropout.
It's a balancing act. And I think that, where we are with the threshold that we have set, we have struck the right balance. So it's not to dismiss the validity of the argument, but bear in mind what we have said. Taking funds out of the consolidated funds increases the fiscal pressure, and that there are other instruments and other financial arrangements that can be made to address frequency, intensity, and risk of other disasters.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, just for purpose of accuracy, I just want to make a couple of points in response to the Prime Minister. First of all, we're not talking about modest or small losses here, because in order to draw down any money from this fund,
listen with Prime Minister.
The Commission has to certify that the estimated fiscal impact of the disaster is at least 1.5% of GDP, which I think the Minister had indicated is over $50 billion. So we're talking about substantial disasters is what this fund is for. Secondly, all of your matrix or layers go into this fund. So the cat bond proceeds come into the fund, because if you look at paragraph B of 13A, it says all amounts received by the government from the triggering of national disaster instruments held by or on behalf of the government all come in. There are different sources of what goes into this fund to fund the losses. My only point is, I don't see the relevance of saying that once you get to 10 billion from the consolidated fund over time, you no longer have to make the annual contribution to it of $400 million. 400 million Jamaican dollars is what the law says you have to make available each fiscal year to this fund, but it caps it at 10 billion. And what this amendment does, it says Once you reach 10 billion, you no longer have to make those contributions. I'm just questioning that the sense of that, or the prudence of that in the era in which we live. I only made this point in response to yours because I just wanted to make it clear the overall parameters of how this fund works.
So Mr. Chairman, thank you again for allowing me. So again, once we are taking out of the consolidated fund, taking out of revenues that we have earned, and we are locking it off in a fund, it's no longer.
All right. Through this basic school drop out of school from basic school stage, and come at evening class. And before this drop out of school, sit down and learn and get something in their nose, you know. He might try to take on the professor. Make we say what I come with again.
Longer available for anything else. And therefore, we have to manage the fiscal pressures that will arise if we keep taking out of the consolidated fund to locking it off in specific and special funds. That's the consideration that we ask the House to bear in mind.
Minister, are we going to take the amendment? I now put clause 2. Those in favor?
Andrew, get up and gone. You want to stomach and get up and go and talk around the side.
Mr. Chairman,
come back, sit down, boy.
I'm proposing an amendment to the bill. And the amendment I've articulated very clear. I'm saying delete from clause 2 in the new paragraph A all words following the word annually. Put the amendment and you can.
I don't know where my runner go. But the thing say, this done. Come on now, I tell him, say, the professor I deal with. This little blood clot basic school dropout now, barely can talk good. Come and talk something we have to try to figure out what him try to say. And the professor tell him what is what. He might try to run out of class before class over. Want to say class finish. Want to say class finish. Upon the ball field, you want to run, go play with gun. Upon the ball field, you want to go play with gun. And then Saturday in the library, go look for gun for encyclopedia. And one thing I deal with, Mark Golan, the man who the most place right here for this time. You know, see who the most I put there? A man who don't in need of funds. The most I put somebody there who don't want no money. And I like him money create, and I like him short of money, you know, see it? This is not a joke thing, you know. The most I got put Mark Golan right here at this time, for this moment. Because the most I know say this time around, you can't take a look at Hungry Belly Bridging. Go say him are the leader for the opposition. It will never work. Him are going to sell out for him belly. So the most I put somebody who have money already.
Advised that the minister
we can't take buyout. What happened in a year?
She's ready. We'll
I'm all the way I need. Look upon your eye. Trump soon going to take you to your house in a before day. You go on. You have got tip on your toe go up on the blood clot pain. You plane because be a tip. Me see a tip on your toe. You know, I ride through the just right round the clock you dance a busy signal song. Tip on toe. It's a direct break Yankee. I don't know where I run gone, you know. See, you know see what happened? Dirty thief in flight green. Throw in a bangarang. He absent from Parliament today for personal reason. Can you believe this? For personal reason. Dirty thing flight green. For personal reason, this guy live and what them did up, you know, forget pay for today, you know. These are the things we are going to put in place, and I'm going to see if we are going to pass it in a parliament. When parliamentarian absent for them personal reason, they enough to get paid for the day. And everything when they do for the day, it will cost only them.
You already know, Minister.
Yeah, mind so much of them know it will become a burden to we, you know, if you take up so much responsibility for them.
Did I hear all ayes? There's a divide.
There's a divide. Yes.
Clark. No, dearie. No.
Look how the government silent in our parliament. Watch the dog shit then.
I heard divide. I heard divide and I repeat. No, I was only repeating the situation.
We always divide. We and them are on the same thing, you know. So one them, if you not gonna benefit the people, then one them not come to no agreement. So we always divide.
So, Miss.
How would this a contract now? I would feel by the Williams. Just come out of Parliament and go wash up a plate them in our kitchen.
Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm that I call the divide on the...
Look on this a short nasty one here. Look on him. Look on this a short nasty one here. Look on him.
Thank you very much.
What's it drunk, bro? You gotta keep every man secret.
All right. On the question of the proposed amendment, Mr. Azan, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Mr. Buchanan.
Big up yourself, Isaac.
Ms. Burchell.
Everybody did that, man. You know, see, you're blind.
Dr. Chang.
Dr. who?
Mr. Charles Jr.
Dr. who? Who is it? Dr. Chang. Dr. Chang now farm 6 3 now and Trump extradite him. Dr. Chang.
Mr. Chuck.
Dr. Chang more for dead than live right now. Who the man in blood clot dead with his, who the man in strokes kill him for sure. Oh, so dirty flight green and come. So they make flight green kind of lay downtown. One time. So they want it to pass.
Members, remember now, the house have to be absolute.
Let me tell you this, you're right, blood clot, dirty clock. We have a whole heap of things. We have a whole heap of things to discuss right now. So may I ask you, piece of dog shit, you right, Clark. You please be in your best blood clot behavior. You hear me, I warn you. You hear me, I warn him. You don't tell him for me, you know. Tell him to be in your best behavior. Because the flight green, the skull blood clot, the early part of the class. See? Flight green, skull the early part of the class. Downtown a pickpocket. Just walk in a classroom now and laugh like you think it's funny. Eh? But if you think say now, if I go show you homework, because I true you know say that you pass homework time, you know. You want to come after teacher collect your homework. So you can skip it because you know, do your homework, you know. So you want to come after teacher collect homework in a flight green. You could have come 1 minute before the the school closed. You still have to go present your homework. So we're going to start the parliament now. So no like and share here. One Talk Your Mind TV on the app.
Totally quiet so that the clerk can hear. Or else he's going to take what he thinks.
Mr. Chuck. Mr. Cousins.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, the camera. PBC, Jamaica, thank you very much. So yeah, sure we know say, whenever time parliament are going to start and something serious, then give him teeth, he take side, he move out of character and take the inside. Okay. Okay, so I find drink a tea now. Him a go charge and ready for slack off the opposition mic. Okay. So at this him been on a table a drink when he come to school. Okay, we're gonna watch him tonight. We're gonna watch him this time around. I never frightened.
Mr. Crawford. Miss Crawford.
You know if you say Miss Crawford, if you say side chicken.
Mrs. Clotworth Flynn. Miss Daly. Mrs. Dollar.
So what Juliet want to say, still that Indian yam egg a fry in a gas oil. Juliet want to still that Indian yam egg a fry in a engine oil. Okay, I must ritual that.
Colonel Philibert. Dr. Dawes. Mr. Golden. Mr. Gordon. Miss Grange.
Just like that, Yankee.
Mr. Green. Miss Hamilton. Mr. Hales. Mr. Hines. Dr. Holness. Mr. Hilton. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson. Miss Jess. Miss Lee. Miss Lee. Miss Lee.
Which one is Miss Lee? Dirty Crystal Lee.
Mrs. Malahoo Fort.
We are talking peace rat.
Ambassador Marks. Mr. Main.
Oh, I never make you know. Yes, yeah, I forget to tell you my viewers and subscribers. As in talk about Marlene Malahoo. One look at birdie pinch me and tell me say, in go down back which part in barn and grow in a cane piece. We do one truckload of a care package I give it down there. Me forgot to tell you enough, and when you look at birdie pinch me and tell me sir. Say Marlene Malahoo go back in her hometown, right in her community where he come from. Right in a one cane piece, run a one cane piece side. We don't truckload a care package go give. Some people down there.
Mrs. Miller Bennett. Mr. Montague. Mr. Morgan. Mr. Morris. Miss Morrison. Miss Nita Garvey. Mr. Newell. Mr. Paulwell. Mr. Phillips. Miss Perkis. Mr. Robertson. Mr. Robinson. Dr. Russell. Mr. Samuda. Mr. Seabright. Mr. Shaw, Miss Shaw. Mr. Smith. Mr. Terlong. Dr. Tufton. Mr. Darrell Vaz. Mr. Dwayne Vaz. Mr. Warmington. Dr. Wheatley. Mr. Williams Delroy. Mr. Donovan Williams.
You for mark fly green for late and I'm late in our class you know. So the marks ain't come from this morning, because I never did it. My auntie saying pass him downtown, a pickpocket. My auntie saying pass him downtown, a pickpocket, so you can't mark him early. You have to go and tell you about that 800.
Right.
Watch
so,
him.
Mr. Speaker, it is to be noted that it
Andrew,
doesn't
Aaron,
mean
go that door and come
that
back.
we would not contribute more to the
Flavor bill, I'm going to, man.
It's just that we're not making it
Why you not come off our TV and go away? We not finished with you. Oh, you said enough. I said enough. We finished with this blood clot Grundove. And the Grundove, we don't have no rock stone figure you call Grundove a rock stone, Grundove it, you know. The little fine stone them in a cemetery, that Grundove it. We don't have no stone figure. Go and pick pan Juliet Catbird. Go and pick pan Juliet Catbird. What happened to this Grundove? You know say Grundove it stone and grab small gravel Grundove eat. And for this woman just go and full in belly pan Juliet Catbird. And still a come up. We not nothing for give you. You have to later. You come and come talk like you have finance. You what? Use nothing. You have the heavy sitting around your neck further I kill you off. Eh? You have this the big ever heavy sitting around your neck. I finish I kill you off. We finish with you, ma'am. We are going to serious business now. We don't want you nothing more from you. You don't have a portfolio. We don't want to hear from you. You don't have a portfolio. Go and get a portfolio and come back. See the finance minister just walk out. What happened to this ground of man?
We're taking the mandatory nature out of it.
See Juliet Catbird, they go and name him. She has a gravel, you know, she has a rock stone. But if a chip and she drop, maybe some gravel chip off her, you can go and name. Sure. Flight green, we want to know where money go. That we are deal with. You come to school later and they come smile like what you feel say. We need to know where money are go. Who on can is a thief so. And look more for when Parliament don't have something to play with where you did say. I have something to play where you did say. Huh? A matter of fact, before the Parliament come back, I think I feel like I want to play it. Hold on. I see if I have it. I see if I still have it. I'll find it first. If you just go away, what you talk about?
You just throw in the towel and say that it's over for you. Ladies and gentlemen, you got to understand. I'm going to tell you the truth. I got into politics because I truly believe our political system is broken. I truly believe our political system needs some fixing. Too much you hear about corrupt politicians and nothing happen. Too much you hear about politicians who take away poor people money and none of them reach in jail. The Labour Party go and change that. That's why we're bringing in impeachment. To fix those corrupt politicians. You can't take the people money and not do the work. When I go around Southwest St. Elizabeth and I see so many communities still without running water, my heart pains me. In 2016, you should have water flowing.
So, Flight Green, if you think that we don't want to forget prison, you make a sad mistake. Because in a COVID, through a union Flight Green, you can't want hold for Gigalo, go in a one hotel, go keep on look at Gigalo party. And the video come out, and the government say they now rule the case based on the video. They want to get the footage from the hotel.
Of the
and there is no footage to get from the hotel.
23.
So you can't stay there. Near your blood clot look more Flight Green. You better plan for runway.
The nose carry. I now put clause 2. Those in favor? Those against? I now put the title in a clause. Those in favor? Those against? The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment or without amendment. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment.
Andrew run out of Parliament, left Flight Green alone in a film problem. You don't see foul play right as now. Juliet Holness knows say, you don't come out, you know. She gone to India and buy Obia. Andrew Holness now, Flight Green come him take blood clot breaks. How long he staying gone to bathroom? Eh? How long Andrew come out of the fucking classroom saying gone to bathroom and know he can't come from bathroom. In a bathroom I waste time. But me know what I do. I kill time because I want Flight Green alone to stay in the blood clot line of fire.
That the bill be ready.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask for a third reading of the bill.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act read a third time and passed.
Public business.
Hey, I like our share.
Mr. Speaker, we are now going to go to the Financial Investigation Division Amendment Act. Again, allow me to welcome the students from the Cartridge College. I hope
the students them in a parliament, they could never come from heaven. We're going to deal with business. So don't outline the student there in a parliament so we have in our best behavior. We are dealing with business. And the student knows so on our dog shit already, so we can't pretend like we're not somebody this time around. We are dealing with the people's business.
they are enjoying parliament. I remind the members that the students are watching, observing the business.
This student them always watch you go in the parliament. It is no different now because he's a fucking thief. And you don't want the student if it's you face to face. You don't want the student to look for one thief. So up close and personal. You try if you put people on one yard, say we don't call a thief too much for the student them notice and can point you out in the street. Well for that, my friend. Student, you don't know them a dog shit in the parliament. You don't know say them a dog shit. So this parliament session, it is no different from no other parliament session when the dog shit them and behave out of character. So you have to understand, say, you have to deal with dog shit, them a dog shit, like them a dog shit. Because there's no way you can deal with dog shit like puss shit. Watch it, fucker. That is why, watch it, this, look on the blood clot thief. This guy should have...
The Minister of Finance.
All of them are, see them? Them are say, oh, I'm the one to thief the money. See there? See them a look on them and a smile. I go and care about, make it go on. Me say, they look up at them, like them a talk to themselves and say, oh, I'm named Flight Green, I'm thief the money. Look how they look, look how they look surprised. Let's look by them face. That is why the cameraman has show them. Because them are sus to the one and I say, oh, I'm the thief in one.
Mr. Speaker.
See it? Them are see that?
Mr. Speaker.
Before you, madam. Members, we were doing very well. Let us continue. Minister,
you're right, Clark. You can't expect say, this a top level thief. Just walk up in the classroom and the class don't get in a frenzy. And impossible. If you're a high level criminal like Flight Green, you can walk in the classroom with all these kids inside and the classroom don't break out in frenzy unless they never hear about the news, but it's all over social media, so Flight Green is a thief. So the classroom have in a frenzy. So come on, nobody with this. I pretend like when I somebody I know all I know so on a dog shit. All of these kids in the classroom know some of that shit too.
Me.
Mr. Speaker, the Financial Investigations Division Act.
Look on this one here. The mic on, you know. Hey, look on this one. Like Alice in a Wonderland. Look at this blood clot junker of our parliament, oh God. Huh? Look at these people. Jesus.
The statute establishing the Financial Investigations Division, or FID, seeks to incorporate the necessary functions that will facilitate both local financial crime investigations as well as cooperation with other countries. The responsibilities of the division include investigations, collection of information and maintenance of intelligence databases, management of seized, restrained, and forfeited properties, and collaboration with local and foreign law enforcement agencies. Mr. Speaker, the FID is also the National Center for the receipt and analysis of transaction reports and other relevant information. They're also the National Center for the dissemination of the results of that analysis. The FID was admitted into membership of the Egmont Group in 2014. The Egmont Group, which was established in 1995, facilitates international collaboration and cooperation
Them
between
can't make distraction,
financial
Yankee.
intelligence units
You have to go face the rat in
money
idea.
laundering, financing of terrorism, proliferation financing, and predicate offenses. The goal of the Egmont Group is to provide a forum for the financial intelligence units around the world to obtain support, including the expansion and systematic
Look for Mantic, yo. Head not washing head, you know. And head look like somebody that do mechanic work. You know, some man who do mechanic work and not put on no hat. And look at Mantic, yo. Look who we are paying now. Look at Mantic, yo. Eh? If you are some guardsman dog. Look for Mantic, yo. If you are some big ever worthless guardsman dog. Look for Mantic, yo. Look at his head. Look like him a do mechanic work. Look for Mantic, yo head when he come in a parliament with. And the boy them are honorable. Look at him, look like him beard. Boy them are honorable. Eh? Honorable nasty man. Look for him. Honorable nasty man. Look for a man take your head.
national cooperation in the reciprocal exchange of information, fostering better and secure communication among financial intelligence units through the application of technology, fostering increased coordination and support among the operational divisions of member FIUs, which is the short form of financial intelligence units, promoting the operational autonomy of FIUs and promoting the establishment of FIUs in conjunction with jurisdictions with an anti-money laundering, counter-terrorist financing, counter-proliferation financing, or AML, CFT, CPF program in place or in areas with a program in the early stages of development. Mr. Speaker, as you may be aware, in 2017, the Financial Action Task Force / Caribbean Financial Action Task Force approved the Mutual Evaluation Report, MER, for which Jamaica was rated partially compliant for recommendation 40, which deals with international cooperation. A low mutual evaluation report rating serves as a trigger for close review by the Egmont Group. The
Gloria
Egmont Group
Williamson.
identified areas of deficiency in
Gloria
the Financial
Masia.
Investigations Division Act, which they interpreted as the division not being operationally independent and autonomous. Mr. Speaker, this bill, contained in the proposal to amend the FID Act, seeks to address the issues relating to independence and to ensure that FID complies with the Financial Action Task Force standards and principles of Egmont, thus maintaining membership. Further, Mr. Speaker, the amendment is also pertinent to ensure that Jamaica is better prepared for the 5th round of the Financial Action Task Force mutual evaluation, as international cooperation is one of the focus areas to test for effectiveness. Mr. Speaker, the provisions of the bill are set out as follows. Clause 2 seeks to amend Section 12 of the Act by, in paragraph A, deleting the marginal note and inserting new marginal note to describe the purpose of provisions of Section 12, which is the exchange of information. In paragraph B, deleting subsections 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, and 8, and inserting new subsections 1 to 4. Listing in the new subsection 1 the regulatory counterpart and the purpose for which the FID may exchange information. It stipulates that the exchange may be with a local public body, foreign financial intelligence department, or an association of such body, and for the purposes of investigation and prosecution of financial crime. Stipulating in the new subsection 2 that the FID may exchange information with the bodies mentioned before to enable the division or that body or financial intelligence department or association of departments to exercise regulatory functions, including the conduct of civil, criminal, or administrative investigations and proceedings to enforce laws administered. Requiring in the new subsection 4 that the FID to enter into a memorandum of understanding or other arrangements with the public body or foreign financial intelligence department or association before the disclosure of information. It also seeks to remove the requirement for approval by the minister before the FID can enter into a memorandum of understanding, MOU, or other arrangements, thus ensuring operational independence. Nevertheless, to ensure accountability, provisions in subsection 4 also stipulate that any such memorandum of understanding or other arrangement entered into by FID must be done in accordance with the Constitution of Jamaica, the laws of Jamaica, and government policy. Government policy that will be considered include anti-money laundering, counter-terrorist financing, counter-proliferation financing, secrecy, cybersecurity, data protection, Mutual Assistance Criminal Matters Act, Sharing of Forfeited Property Act, and time frame for retention of information. Mr. Speaker, it should be noted that the existing constitutional safeguards, foreign relations policies governing how and with whom FID enters into foreign agreements, and relevant legislation, including but not limited to the Data Protection Act and the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty, the MLAC framework, collectively provide assurance that the FID is unlikely to engage in actions outside its legal and constitutional authority, including enter into MOUs with entities lacking requisite permissions and procedures. The new subsection 4 at paragraph B also stipulates the responsibility for confidentiality and permission by the FID before any further disclosure by the relevant party as defined in subsection 3. Seeking in paragraph C to amend subsection 9 to ensure that regulations relating to the exchange of information for the purposes of investigation and prosecution of financial crimes have parliamentary oversight by including the requirement for them to be subject to affirmative resolution. Mr. Speaker, the information shared among local public bodies, foreign financial intelligence department, or an association of such body is for intelligence purposes only and cannot be used for evidential purposes in a court of law. Mr. Speaker, the bill to amend the Financial Investigations Division Act is an important amendment which seeks to ensure that the FID exchanges information with its regulatory and investigative counterpart in an independent manner necessary to carry out investigations, while at the same time ensuring that the proper protocols and accountability are in place for such disclosures. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is also critical to ensure that FID continues to be eligible for membership in the Egmont Group and complies with the international standards of the Financial Action Task Force, thus improving Jamaica's rating specifically as it relates to recommendation 40, which deals with international cooperation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the primary motivation for the amendment is being driven by, I would say, external factors and pressures, FATF, and also to maintain membership in the Egmont Group. What I would want to ask, Minister, I'm aware that there are MOUs between the FID and other local agencies, for example, MOCA, possibly the Integrity Commission. Is it that the amendment that you're proposing now will supersede those MOUs? And is it that in the exchange of information either way, that FID will still require an MOU from any other local or overseas entity? Or will the amendment be to the Act allow the Chief Technical Director the discretion to determine who he shares or receives information from?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of the Financial Investigations Division and its role in the context of law enforcement in Jamaica, especially in the area of financial crimes, is an important institutional advance which has been with us now for well over a decade. As the Minister had indicated, the Egmont Group of countries are like-minded in their determination to stamp out financial crimes and see the cooperation between their members as vital to the efficiency of that objective. And therefore, it is important that Jamaica's law be constantly kept abreast of any requirements that may emerge so that we are considered to be reliable partners by other countries within the Egmont Group, and that the law facilitates the type of mutual cooperation which is needed to effectively tackle financial crimes, domestic and international. Accordingly, the bill enjoys the support of the opposition insofar as it pursues that objective. I have 2 points I wanted to raise in relation to the actual draft before us. The first point And I'm going to take them in, not in order of importance, but in the order that they come in the bill itself. So in Clause 2 of the bill, which amends Section 12 of the Principal Act, there is some new sections which are replacing existing sections in Section 12. And in the new subsection 2, there is a reference which I wondered if it is sufficiently clear what the scope of it is. So subsection 2 says that the Chief Technical Director, who is the head of the FID, the Financial Investigations Division, may give to or receive from any public body in Jamaica or any foreign financial intelligence department or association of such departments any information necessary to enable the division or that body or department or association of departments, as the case may be, to exercise regulatory functions, including the conduct of civil, criminal, or administrative investigations and proceedings, and these are the words I'm concerned about, to enforce laws administered by the division, body, department, or association of departments. Now, it isn't clear to me what laws are administered by the FID. Because when you look at the FID Act, it doesn't list, to the best of my knowledge, those laws which are to be administered by the FID. It, in broad terms, speaks to what the objects of the FID are. And it says, for example, that the objects of the FID are to investigate all categories of financial crimes, to collect information and maintain intelligence databases on financial crimes, etc. But we're using a formulation here of laws administered by the division. Now, there could be, for example, a situation in which a breach of the Companies Act has arisen in an area which constitutes potentially a financial crime. It could be to do with ultimate beneficial ownership of a company in Jamaica, for example, and the question of who really owns this company and what have you. Now, is that section of that law which could be engaged? Could it be said that the Companies Act is administered by the FID? Clearly not, because it isn't. The Companies Act is administered by the Companies Office of Jamaica. So, and that's just one example, and I could probably cite several potential situations in which the FID might be wishing to investigate a matter and have jurisdiction to do so under the FID Act and the scope of it. But it couldn't be said that the law that is engaged in that investigation is a law that's administered by the division. And so I was questioning the formulation of words used, because it's a scoping provision. It goes to the jurisdiction to share this information. That's what this provision does. So if the scope is too narrow or is unclear, it could be problematic. It could be contested in court, for example, and that sort of thing. So I was wondering whether a better formulation could be considered. I had attempted one. I'm not saying it's by any means perfect, but I was suggesting, for example, rather than talk about civil, criminal, administrative investigations proceedings to enforce laws administered by the division, you could say civil, criminal, administrative investigations proceedings to enforce laws, the enforcement of which fall within the statutory functions of the division, which is a bit broader than the idea of the division administering those specific laws, which it may not, in fact, do. So that's a technical point, and the drafters can consider it and see if they feel there's any merit to it or not. But it's an important point because it goes to the scope of this amendment, and therefore is the sort of thing that if it's if there's a problem with it, it could be contested in court. The other point I wanted to raise is in relation to the new subsection 4 of Clause 12. And this is setting out the parameters in which the Chief Technical Director is authorized to disclose information about a Jamaican citizen, potentially to a foreign department, foreign law enforcement agency. And in paragraph B, it says that the Chief Technical Director has to be satisfied, and in subparagraph 2, it says the information to be disclosed to the relevant party, which would be the overseas law enforcement agency, for example, or a public body here in Jamaica, that information, that disclosure is required for the purposes of the relevant party's functions, including the conduct of civil, criminal, or administrative investigations. That's fine. I agree with that. So if the disclosure is required for the purposes of that entity's functions, then yes, I can see why we'd want to share that information. But the question to my mind is, why would you want to share it with them if it's not required for the purposes of their functions? And if you look at subparagraph 1 of B, it allows the disclosure as an alternative. It's disjunctive. So it may not be required for the purposes of that entity's functions, but yet the Chief Technical Director could share it with them, could disclose it to them. And that I have a problem with. I don't see why we would be doing that. Why would we be allowing the sharing of information which is not required by the functions of the entity that's receiving the information? And to me, that opens the door too wide. And I would like to see that door have appropriate limits around it. Yes, subsection 1 says that if you're going on the basis that it may not be required for their functions, but you're sharing sharing it with them nonetheless, you need to have a confidentiality undertaking from them, or some other written undertaking from them not to disclose it. But that to me is not sufficient. If it's not required for their functions, then why should it be shared with them at all? And I don't know the answer to that question, and that's why I've raised it here. I think subparagraph B is sufficient and covers the proper ground. And I'm not sure why we need to expand that ground beyond subparagraph 2 of paragraph B in the new section 4. Maybe there's a good answer to it, but I would like to hear what that is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Manchester Southern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to ask about the new subsection 4. And the Minister, in her opening of the debate on the bill, spoke to subsection 4 being intended to give operational independence to the FID. And therefore, it would allow them to enter these memoranda of understandings without reference to the minister. But then it goes on to say it must be consistent with subsection 4A1, the Constitution of Jamaica and laws of Jamaica, which is fine. And then 2, it says government policy. But it doesn't, that to my mind leaves it very broad. What determines government policy? And the minister spoke to some examples, but government policy on a particular issue could be dictated in a letter.
Question, member? Oh, no.
Mr. Speaker, would you pay attention? I am participating in a debate. I'm not asking a question. What's that? May I proceed? May I proceed, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, may I proceed? Thank you. So, this, to my mind, in a sense, we are, on the one hand, making an amendment to give more independence to the FID, but then by constraining it with a vague reference to consistency with government policy. Any minister can then write a letter to the head of the FID and say, for example, it is government policy that you don't share information on cabinet ministers. And would that now be government policy? It would not be public, it would not be transparent. So I don't believe that this corrects the mischief that Section 4 is trying to address. In fact, it makes it worse because there, as far as I know, it's ministers who make policy over their portfolios. The FID, unusually to my mind, because I thought it would have been better for portfolio responsibility for the Financial Investigation Division or any criminal investigation division to be under the Ministry of National Security. For example, the Proceeds of Crime Act. You spoke about laws that were administered. The Proceeds of Crime Act comes under the Ministry of National Security. But and that deals with a whole range of offenses, including money laundering, etc., that the FID can prosecute. So in many ways, it would have been tidier for the law enforcement and investigation agencies to be all under the umbrella of the Ministry of National Security. But it is not so, and it has not been so from the inception. But I'm really concerned that this vague reference to government policy, that the actions or any memorandum of understanding or other arrangement must be consistent with government policy, leaves a huge door open for ministers to constrain the actions and undermine the stated intention of giving more independence to the Financial Investigative Division. So I really believe if we want to leave in some reference to government policy, it cannot be as broad as that. It must speak to some transparent policy of government, whether it is as by ministry paper laid in this house, or some white paper ideally, something that is transparent to the public and that is not communicated to the head of the FID by the minister or some other agent of policy that would constrain him as this clause is worded right now. Thank you.
Member from West Central St. James.
Mr. Speaker, permission to speak from a seat other than my own. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill entitled An Act to Amend the Financial Investigations Division. The purpose of the amendment is set out very clearly in the Memorandum of Objects and Reason. And anyone who has had to advise on the exchange of information know that we have numerous cases of problems where constitutional provisions differ, where there are broader scopes in other jurisdictions, or where there is just might being right. So that the amendment clarifies a number of existing points. I noted that when the member from St. Andrew Southeast spoke, he asked whether this arrangement would supersede the need for MOU. That is answered clearly in clause 2.4a, which indicates that nothing in subsection 1 or subsection 2 authorizes disclosure by the Chief Technical Director unless there exists between the Chief Technical Director and the relevant party a memorandum of understanding or other arrangement that is consistent with the Constitution and the laws of Jamaica and government policies. And that leads me to the next point raised by the member from Manchester South, that the reference to government policy is tied back to concerning the exchange of information of the kind contained in the disclosure, and so it is not left at large. It's not left at large. Well, the bill says concerning the exchange of information of the kind contained in the disclosure. Well, you will always have matters that may run you into murky waters, but the purpose of the amendment is to establish and demonstrate independence. But decisions have to be taken in accordance with laws and policies. No one acting in a public role is at liberty to act at large under a rule of law. It doesn't mean that genuine concerns may not arise, but in this case, it is making it abundantly clear that the framework for the exchange of information must be consistent with the Constitution and the laws of Jamaica and policies that relate to the exchange of the information of the kind contained in the disclosure. The law also indicates what can be done with the information. But Mr. Speaker, I support the bill. I believe it achieves the objectives that it seeks to do.
Thank you, Member. With regards to the question from the member from St. Andrews Southeast, would the amendment allow the CTD to determine who he allows or receive information from? Member, if you consider that currently, if the CTD, Chief Technical Director of the FID, wants to get information or share information with any other entity, he or she would have to write a letter to the minister to ask permission. So this bill is really giving the CTD the legal cover in terms of MOUs to be able to share information, or the framework to be able to share information with like bodies in the course of the investigative work that they do. Okay, and the member from St. Andrew Northeast, you, oh, sorry. So the member pointed out that the FID, well, he asked the question, what laws are administered by the FID? And I want to acknowledge the point, but it is a correct formulation in the Principal Act, and so we will leave it there as well. And then with regards to the observation that government policy leaves a huge open door open for the minister to constrain. Again, there's a process by which government policy is made, and when you consider the current situation that the Chief Technical Director has to ask the minister every time for permission, this is not in keeping, and it's not in keeping with international standards, and it puts at risk our mutual evaluation, which is coming up this year. We were already graded low on this score, and so this is a move to ensure that we put this provision in place, and so when our mutual evaluation is being done, this particular aspect, we can expect to get a better rating in this aspect because it's more consistent with how the international world views their financial investigations division and how they work. Thank you.
Minister, you want to conclude and ask that the bill be read a second time?
Mr. Speaker, I conclude on the bill and ask that it be read a second time.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Financial Investigations Division Act read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. I now put clause 1. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. I now put clause 2. Those in favor? Sorry.
I have a point on clause 2. Minister, just explain to me, because I didn't follow what was said earlier about this. In the existing Act, in relation to the circumstances in which the Chief Technical Director can disclose information about Jamaicans to foreign law enforcement agencies, the Chief Technical Director has to be satisfied that the assistance requested by the Foreign Financial Intelligence Department is required for the purposes of that department's functions, including the conduct of civil, criminal, or administrative investigations, or proceedings to enforce laws administered by that department. We have repeated that here, but we've also added an alternative ground upon which this information can be shared. And that suggests that it can be shared even if the recipient is receiving the information not pursuant to its functions. And I'm wondering, why is that being done? I'm referring to subsection 4, paragraph B, 1 and 2. So Roman 2 is the formulation in the current Act. And there's a disjunctive addition in Roman 1 as an alternative basis upon which the information can be shared, which suggests that because it's disjunctive, the word or, it suggests that even if it is not required for the purposes of the recipient's functions, the relevant party's functions, you're still authorized under 1 to disclose it. And this is on page 3 of the bill. Subsection 4 starts at the beginning of the previous page, page 2, and it takes up the whole of page 3. And I'm looking at paragraph B, which has 2 Roman subclauses 1 and 2. And I'm saying that Roman subclause 2 covers what the existing formulation in the Act and says that the Chief Technical Director needs to be satisfied that the information to be disclosed to the relevant party, which is a foreign law enforcement agency, is required for the purposes of that party's functions, including investigations, prosecutions, and so on. But then there's a disjunctive alternative route in Roman 1, which is that all that's required is an undertaking of confidentiality. Why are you sharing information if it's not required by the recipient's functions? That's my question. It's very broad. Yeah, sus clause, yeah. You know.
Minister? Okay.
Andrew Holness and Marlon Malaho for come school flavor really about this. And look on the screen. Look on the screen. Look on the screen. See Andrew Holness give Marlon Malaho the paper, you know, for come get favored. Then I say that go on. Favor get up and go in the passageway to collect the paper from Andrew Holness and come and outline it to Failbad Williams. Mark Golden. I like how you show up they say them are really dog shit. And that's something they have a hide. They have something they hey. If we just get mad and go to Parliament, going to lick out them blood clot out of the Parliament, you know. Black Beauty check in. Me say if we just get mad and just go beat them out of the Parliament. Serious. Jesus.
Minister?
Of course, I know it's him right. Him write it. Marlon Mala will just go pick it up from him in the passageway and come now and outline it to dirty, stink, cranny body looking, feel drunk or bad, Favored Williams.
In the case of the question from the member, where he pointed to the case of a disclosure permitted under subsection 2, the legal team has advised that this is covered by the MOU.
Minister, my difficulty with that answer is that the content of the MOU is at large. The law doesn't determine what the MOU says. The law is what authorizes a public officer to disclose confidential information about citizens. And Roman 2 of paragraph B says that it's permissible if the recipient of the information is receiving it because it's required by the functions that they have, the law enforcement functions that they have essentially. But subsection 1 is an alternative basis and simply says you can share it with them if there's an MOU, whether they need it for their functions or not. Yeah. And we don't know what the MOU can say. We have no idea what the MOU is going to say. So I'm just saying that it broadens the circumstances in which information can be shared. And the only thing I'm hearing in response is that don't worry about it. The MOUs will give sufficient protection. The content of the MOUs is not prescribed by Jamaican law. So I don't find that to be a satisfactory answer. The other point I want to make is just to reiterate what the member for Manchester South said, and this relates to paragraph A of subsection 4, which is because the MOU has to be consistent with government policy, and what constitutes government policy is a very broad concept. It would enable, potentially or theoretically or maybe in practice, an instruction to be given to the CTD that government policy does not permit the sharing of information in certain circumstances. And that could covertly narrow the scope in which the situation of entering into MOU is permissible.
All of them mind think Mark Golden a fool.
Subparagraph Roman 2 in
blood clot.
Paragraph A, which makes reference to government policy,
GMO toilet.
ought to say
genetic modified blood clot toilet. Look how Andrew is look. He look like somebody create from God. He look like genetic modified blood clot outside toilet.
Or something like that. It can't be something that is not known to the public and that comes from the pen of a minister who it could potentially be self-serving. That they definitely don't want this information shared. So the minister tells the CTD, no, it's not government policy for information to be shared in these circumstances. Nobody knows about it. There's nothing public about it. The communication is private. The government policy is not generally known. But it's a policy coming from a minister's pen. And I think that was a concern that the member raised. And the answer given is not an answer. The answer given was that the closing words in A that say that it's concerning the exchange of information of the kind contained in the disclosure doesn't take the matter any further. So those 2 points I wanted to put on the record because we're talking about the rights of citizens of Jamaica, and we should be passing laws that, yes, ensure that our government and our state are in good standing internationally, but we must also formulate them in a way that protects citizens from excessive use of power in a way which is not in keeping with the intent of Parliament. Hear, hear. And it's too, and the provisions are too widely drawn.
Big up yourself, Marky G, because them think you're idiot. Them think you're a fool. I don't think him a fool. If you ever will go near Andrew and shit when you look up shit, look how more you stink like. Come out of the Parliament.
The stated intent of the minister of this subsection, which was to give greater operational independence to the FID. This does exactly the opposite. It allows the minister to constrain secretly or cabinet or whatever policy or authority. It allows it. That's what, in plain words, this amendment does.
I don't think so idiot them a deal with, you know.
Exactly, it allows, without coming to Parliament, without any affirmative resolution, without any ministry paper, it allows cabinet or the minister could make a policy that's communicated to the FID director by letter, which constrains him from entering into any memorandum of understanding which would affect, for example, a cabinet minister, a parliamentarian, a seat.
Andrew Holness, I drive up this thing to save himself. Andrew go near shit drunk. Andrew Holness go near shit drunk. I hear come with the wilderness in the tree, you want free. Andrew go near shit, you stink like drunk. Come out of the Parliament, batty boy. Go near shit drunk. Are you or he might try everything to save himself, you know? You know, said the pussy will get beaten. the blood clot drunk if we get lick out of the bomber clot parliament. If we get serious and go for the blood clot drunk and beat him out of the parliament.
Jamaican people, them weak like what?
Coup on the blood clot want to thief taxpayer money and try to find every little creases and corner of escape. Hey, you don't want to meet on a blood clot maker.
Of course they want.
You don't want to meet on a bomber clot maker.
Member of the administration.
They want to meet them maker.
That could happen now without this.
Suck out on a mama and want, hey, you don't want to get mad and start beat on a blood clot as you come out of parliament. And that you don't want to lick out on a blood clot, make you on a vehicle and you can't go pussy. Look upon this group of drunk want thief taxpayer money and want to do everything in the book. Forget way. I beat with, let me tell you, if Andrew wants to go right back down to everybody who are thief, if the blood clot justice system make you not get way, we are going to beat on you.
Mr. Speaker.
Suck out on a mama. No can't thief taxpayer money and walk. We go for that to build 100 blood clot man strong to beat on a bomber clot. Me say for that we organize a one blood clot 100 man strong to beat on a pussy
Minister,
hole.
you're asking us to just put clause 2.
One blood clot 100 man strong to beat out thief in politician out of the parliament.
Those against.
Whether we see them at shopping, whether they come out of park, anywhere we see them, lick under their ass. Them have to left the island. And so we all get mad and just move to no blood clot. No chatting, no more chatting. One time when you see we get silent and stop talk, you say, when you start runway. One time when I hear we stop talk, dirty politician, when you start blood clot runway. Because you think we are there at talk, you don't think we are there at talk, and I wait for the blood clot justice system to give you justice. When you don't hear we stop talk, you don't plan for blood clot runway.
I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without any amendments.
This a bill can Favor William go near Manjo Wallace shit and go.
A third time.
In now pass, suck out your mama.
Madam, you have to stand.
You could have read for now till thy kingdom come. Go near Manjo Wallace shit jankro.
I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
You could have recycle it and read it like a blood clot poem. Where they want Mark Golan, it now pass, nothing now, it have to go away and come out of the parliament. Andrew go name shit jankro. Andrew only do everything because he want to get to him. I himself he want to get to him. Andrew you want some blood clot lick out of 1 cat 9. And that me I tell you. You want some lick over your blood clot back with 1 cat 9. That me a blood clot tell you. See? You get from bad to worse, so you want some lick over your ass back with 1 cat 9. And that me I tell you. Lick under your ass, every Jamaican. 1 dozen blood clot lick under your ass. Every fucking Jamaican who love Jamaica. 1 dozen lick under your ass. Lick him till he can bomber clot move. And that him I look for. Pussy, you have to get the full length of the law for corruption. And because you want to free yourself, you carry so good Favor William with this fuckery in our parliament. Me say, Jamaican people, if we don't get no justice from the justice system, we're going to take justice in our own hand against politicians.
Yes. All right, since we're still in public,
if we don't get no justice from the justice system, we're going to take justice in our own hand. So all well-thinking Jamaicans, this is something we don't have to start think about. We don't need to start think about. If we don't get justice from the system, or they forgive justice, we're going to take justice in our own hand against thieving politicians.
Here's an opening.
I mean, also a whole heap of people share the same views like me.
On the amendment to the Jury Act.
So if you think say me, talking on TV, alone share this views, you make a sad mistake. The justice system have to give it justice. It is there for give it justice, no? And if you not give it justice, we have to take justice in our own hand. So dirty thieving politicians know that. If you go to court and the judge free after corruption in the country, you better run blood clot, run away.
Out of an abundance of caution, to indicate and to emphasize, in case there's any
And if you think them not serious, make the justice system free no have on a criminal case and things so go walk around in Jamaica as you have a like. You have to go to live like a blood clot prisoner in the island.
Possibility or actual tampering of a jury.
All this a look at dog shit here, you know.
A retrial or
this a look at dog shit on the screen here, you know. All him. Also some blood clot like him forget, you know, to free up the sex offender registry, you know. I saw cat and nine this a batty boy if you get over him back. Make him free up the blood clot sex offender registry. Me say we forget mad pan them in the parliament. We forget mad in our country pan these batty boy. And if you labor right them go on like them want to defend them, we get mad pan them and lick out for them rasto.
How them are the problem, man?
They say it go reach. And we serious as we don't see the sun rising in the country tomorrow. I see him so we serious. Like how we see the sun rise in the blood clot rising.
the discharge of the jury and the judge alone. I did intimate last time, Mr. Speaker, that when this bill is passed, we would, after, remember, not now, after.
Go suck out your mama, but you would after. Go name your worthless mama where breed and get a drunker like you.
Set up a joint select committee to look at other aspects of the Jury Act. So when we set up the joint select committee, and I hope many members will offer to sit in that committee, we will hear presentations from the public at large and to anyone who wants to...
Don't suck out your mama. We don't hear nothing from nobody, boy. I find the trade of blood class sector, I will get rid of them, you know. We don't want to hear nothing from you in a pussy hole. You don't think they want to hear nothing from you?
Examined by the joint select committee.
I look how your jaw look nice if you take some thump in your mouth. Look how for your jaw look sweet. Thump it to the blood clot teeth and drop out. You think we're going to play with a junker? We don't like no pussy, you know, the weapon that farm against the people in Jamaica. You think we like no? I don't feel like we don't like no bomber hole. Oh, I want the weapon farm and hold on the bomber clot country. We don't look a blood clot parasite. We are going to beat out of the country. We're going to beat, we don't have to live on the blood clot water. We're going to beat out of the country. Watch and see.
This bill has taken 2 years.
Just watch and see. I just want someone 199. Somebody if you have said thinking like me. And say for enough blood clot lift up.
Looking at other countries, how they deal with it. And finally we got the bill here. So Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned in the statement last week, the bill seeks to, within a limited context, to modernize and strengthen the jury system in Jamaica, improve the efficient management of criminal and civil trials. And
there is no way the justice system can modernize with blood clot on a criminal in our parliament. What kind of fuckery? You think it's a harmful day today? You think today the 1st of April? How the fuck the justice system can modernize with a bunch of criminals? You don't want somebody that, you don't want some old people that some still piss pound. You know some old people in the country who piss in a trimmy said way and go throw you in the outside toilet. You don't want them dash it pound of blood clot.
Safeguard the administration of justice in circumstances where jury tampering poses a real and present
but I want to do video, sir, no.
Mr. Speaker, the use of trial by jury remains.
But I want to come and anything you want to come and I'll fly green.
However,
if you get lick for now till the ear end. One ear what I lick if you get. One solid ear what I lick if you get.
Particularly those related
one bomb clot ear and solid ear what I lick if you get.
To the integrity of jury trial.
You don't go suck out your mama batty boy. We don't want you nothing found out.
Introduces carefully balanced reforms which preserve the central role of the jury.
We don't hear nothing found out, pussy.
The courts with necessary tools to ensure
if we don't continue with Parliament, Jamaica go mash up.
So, Mr. Speaker,
we not work with no pussy. If we don't continue with Parliament, Jamaica go mash up.
Clause 1 provides that the Act may be signed
no work with no Parliament and just know that blood clot.
2026 and is to be read
so
and construed
as criminal.
This principal Jury Act. Clause 2, replacement of Section 1A deals with interpretation. It repeals and replaces Section 1A of the Principal Act to update and clarify
Look at this a dog shit
definitions.
Look upon this a dog shit back at him. Christopher Tufton.
In the context of the jury legislation, this clause introduces important definitions, including plea and case management hearing, trial readiness hearing, special juror, and special jury. Clause 3 inserts a new subsection 6 into Section 2, providing a detailed statutory definition of trial readiness hearing. This provision outlines the matters a judge may consider in confirming a trial date, including the status of disclosure, witness availability, readiness of the parties, estimated trial length, and whether any issues remain that may affect the scheduled trial date. Clause 4 amends the subheading immediately before Section 35 to read, payment of jurors and other persons. This reflects the expanded scope of the payment provisions introduced later in the bill. Clauses 5 and 6 repeal and replace Section 35 and 36 to provide expressly for payment to persons who attend court for the jury selection process and payment to persons who serve as jurors in both civil and criminal trials as prescribed by the Minister in regulations. Clause 7 replaces Section 37 and clarifies the method of payment in civil jury trials. It provides that the party who applies for a jury trial must pay the required monies into court, and the court is responsible for paying jurors and entitled persons. It also clarifies that the costs associated with special jurors are to be treated as costs in the cause. This is an interesting introduction, Mr. Speaker. At the moment, we don't have jurors in civil cases. It is available. It is available, especially in defamation cases. But if a party requests a jury, then it becomes cost in the cause. Okay? And that has to be paid by the person who loses the case, and therefore the payment will have to be made to the jurors because they're the ones who request the jury. Once the jury is brought in, then the cost will be paid by the loser. Okay? Because normally you don't have jurors in civil cases. So we are only dealing, member, with civil cases, not with criminal cases. Clause 8 makes an amendment to Section 38(1) to ensure internal consistency following the replacement of earlier provisions. The reference to Section 37 is replaced with reference to Section 36. Clause 9 introduces a new subheading into the Principal Act to signal the introduction of a carefully circumscribed regime for trials without a jury. Mr. Speaker, Clause 10 is the most significant reform contained in this bill. Section 42A, trial without a jury. This section permits the prosecution before trial to apply for a trial to be conducted without a jury where there's evidence of a real and present danger of jury tampering. Importantly, the judge must be satisfied that the jury tampering is likely, notwithstanding protective measures, and the decision must be necessary in the interest of justice. Section 42B, discharge of the jury during trial. This provision empowers the judge, where it is in the interests of justice to discharge a jury during a trial if jury tampering has occurred, and to continue the trial without a jury after hearing representations from the parties. Section 42, this section allows a judge to terminate a trial and order a new trial where justice requires, and where appropriate, to order that the new trial proceed without a jury. Section 42D, the powers of the courts. This section ensures that where a trial proceeds without a jury, the court retains all the powers and jurisdictions it would otherwise have and must have reasoned judgments on conviction or acquittal. Mr. Speaker, these provisions strike a careful balance between safeguarding the jury system and ensuring that criminal trials are not derailed by intimidation or corruption or any form of jury tampering. Clause 11, Mr. Speaker, and the schedule amend the jury expenses in civil cases regulations and the jury expenses in criminal cases regulations. These amendments rename the regulations for clarity, provide payment for the attendance of the jury selection process, and increase the amounts payable to jurors serving in both civil and criminal trials. Mr. Speaker, these provisions recognize the civic contribution and financial burden borne by persons who respond to jury summonses. As I mentioned in my statement last week, Mr. Speaker, the bill now before the House proposes a significant increase in the sums paid to jurors, raising the amount from $2,000 to $6,000 for each day or part of a day that a person serves on a jury. We have also addressed the position of persons who are summoned for jury duty but are not ultimately selected. Under the proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker, such persons will now be entitled to payment of $2,000 for each day they attend court to participate in the jury selection process. Mr. Speaker, we wish to make it very clear that this administration remains deeply appreciative of those who respond to the call for jury duty. The truth of the matter, Mr. Speaker, especially in the rural areas, when you're called for jury duty, you have to spend up to $1,000 or more to get to court from way up in the hills. And if you're in court for the day, the court doesn't provide lunch, basic refreshments like water. So funds will be made available to the jurors so that they can at least be reimbursed for some of the expenses that they have to endure coming to court. And indeed, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, it is a major reason why you don't have a number of persons turning up for jury duty that just can't afford to get to court. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, when we do come to look at the jury overall, we have to find ways and means to ensure that if the voters list, for example, is not up to date, we sort of specify that we use, say, the TRN list, which is now possible. But somehow it's expensive to get the TRN list in all the courts. But it should be mandatory because the voters list needs a complete overall and improvement, because many times when summons are served in communities, people don't know what the names are. They know the nicknames. If you want Dirty Foot, they know who Dirty Foot is. But if you ask the right name, people don't know who that is. So we need to find a way, maybe using the NIDS or maybe a measure that when you go into a community, you know exactly the address that the person lives at. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the upper age now to serve on jury is 70. It may well be we look at that, because a lot of retired persons or who should retire beyond age 70 and would enjoy serving on a jury. But once you reach 70, you are now prevented from serving on a jury, and those persons should be allowed if they are summoned. Also, we want to widen that maybe teachers, civil servants, other professional bodies should be able to serve on juries. At the moment, they're prevented by the jury, the act, and we need to look at that when we get to the Joint Select Committee. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, this bill strengthens the integrity of the jury system, improves efficiency, enhances fairness to jurors, and equips the court to respond decisively to jury tampering. It reflects a careful and proportionate approach to modernizing our justice system. I therefore commend the Jury Amendment Bill 2026 to this Honourable House, We also look forward to the ultimate convening, as I said, of the Joint Select Committee to consider further reform to the jury system and the applicable legislation. I do urge members to participate, make your contribution, short contribution, so we can go through everything this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. Yes, true. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the bill and act to amend the Jury Act. Sorry. Mr. Speaker, you should guide me.
Check.
Turn off again.
Go ahead now. Go ahead now.
It's on. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking permission to speak from a seat other than my own.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I wish I could have risen with the same level of excitement and plump as the member from Clarendon Central. I must confess, Mr. Speaker, that even though I wish in principle that I could agree and support the bill in its entirety, I must confess that I have reservations. Clearly, there can be no dispute that we support the need to increase the payments to jurors in terms of their stipend. There can be no serious debate about that. We support that. I hesitate, however, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to Section 42A, which speaks to a trial without a jury. And I hesitate because, in my mind, it seeks to introduce, and permit me, but right now we would all understand that it is a very topical area of discussion that has captivated the national interest. As to whether or not we should abolish trial by jury and focus on trial by judge alone. It is a discussion.
It is dangerous.
I was left with the impression last week, based on the representations made by the minister, that the Jury Act would be sent to a joint select committee of Parliament, and I was very happy to hear that. I was very happy to hear that, Mr. Speaker, because I believe that such a fundamental reform is one that is worthy of being considered and having widespread consultation from all stakeholders and members of the public.
Of course.
Now, I wish to make
Piece
it
of bed
clear,
del right
I
to
do
come in a
understand
Parliament
and
to encompass
appreciate that there is a
legislation.
call for us to make certain amendments, and I understand what certain other tribunal would have intimated. I understand the call from various parts coming from practitioners across the island. But I feel very strongly, Mr. Speaker, that it is only good practice and good governance that if we're going to send a bill to Joint Select Committee to have a comprehensive overview of the bill, of the Act, then why not send it to Joint Select Committee first?
That is right. That is right.
And allow us as members in this House to have a thorough and in-depth discussion as to be able to make a more informed decision.
Just like that.
I say that because if we are discussing whether or not we should do away with the jury trials, then what Section 42A contemplates is one particular circumstance where the judge could properly abolish the right to proceed by trial by jury.
No, correct.
And in my mind, that is seeking to introduce through the back door a particular position that really ought properly to be given proper ventilation.
Tell the shitbag, Dirty Del Right Chuck. You better go be the locust raw self.
It's almost as though we're doing things backwards. We're going to be passing this bill, and then we're going to join select committee to look at whether or not we should abolish trial by jury, even though we are passing a section which actually abolishes trial by jury. So let me make it clear for those who may perhaps have difficulty comprehending.
Yeah.
I wish to make it clear that we are not stating at this point that we're opposed to the section as it stands. We're opposed to the process by which we are proceeding with this particular bill. So that is the issue. But understanding that we are where we are, having looked at Section 42A,
Jesus, look on class. These are class we have in our parliament. Class.
Again raise certain questions in my mind.
No, look at blood clot highlight fans all about over the place. This is class.
To make an application for the trial to proceed without a jury. But the questions which emerge in my mind are as follows. Why not allow for the defense to have an opportunity to make that application if it so desires? Why not allow for the judge
that is right.
on its own volition to make that particular determination if it so desires? Why does the section seek to limit this opportunity to make an application to only the prosecution and the prosecution alone? And it is worthy of consideration, Mr. Speaker, because when I reviewed the Criminal Justice Administration Act, which allows for the defense to opt to proceed by way of trial without a jury, that only applies if that position is taken or that election is made prior to a jury being empaneled. Once a jury is empaneled, that option is off the table. And so it's important that if there is going to be this option being provided for in the Jury Act, then the prosecution, the defense, and the judge ought to be afforded an opportunity to make that application.
You know you have to utter for the press. But it not go work. We are taking them out of Andrew in his pocket.
Which again allows for the judge to terminate a trial and thereafter conduct a trial without a jury. I make the point, Mr. Speaker, that contrary to the minister's assertion, this is not just a simple run-of-the-mill, banal item or sections. It is one which really entails significant reform. It is going to change how it is that we proceed, not just in the criminal justice system, but in the civil justice system. And it fundamentally affects one of the critical tenets of trials and indeed democracy, the right to be judged by a jury of one's own peer. And so, as I take my seat, I sit with the reservation that if we are going to abolish trial by jury, we ought to do so after having a considered and extensive consultation with all the stakeholders. We shouldn't be seeking to smuggle it through the back door in a bill which seeks to disguise what is really taking place, and that is the abolition of trial by jury. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, sorry. Mr. Speaker, that's true. I rise to support the bill and act to amend the Jury Act, Mr. Speaker. I must add, Mr. Speaker, that I do not share the same pessimism as the member from St. Elizabeth Northeast, I believe. And I'll be very quick because I see the member from Portland Eastern with his podium. But, Mr. Speaker, in supporting this bill, I just want to highlight the section that allowing for the continuation of a jury trial by a judge alone in special circumstances, and that is important. It is in special circumstances. I believe that this serves the interest of justice.
Go home, Roger.
On scarce judicial resources, time, and expense. And so all in all, it's in the interest of the ends of justice. And so I think this is particularly important in our justice.
The Guinea seed.
I also
our gig. You don't know a gig?
The issue.
You don't know a gig? You head feel a gig, so little gig.
The increase in the
we make out a guava tree.
That is important because it offers encouragement to persons who have been summoned to serve. There's an economic cost to persons who are summoned to serve. I mean, if you think about a farmer having to leave his farm, if you think about a shopkeeper, if you think about a vendor, just think about a wide range of small...
Hey, damn shit. This what I talk about now is irrelevant. Because me know people in my community who is a jury, and if they not go, then get themselves in a trouble. Then can get locked up. None of them have to hide. Then take out people that don't work. And only lunch money and taxi fare they used to give them. Some people never like it and some people never have a problem with it. When you don't want this ban that, and the jury now only can come and the judge requests, that don't make no sense. The thing for continue because we want to save back the money for Andrew want to save back the money for do. Because how much the jury they must get? 2,000. So all of the jury them pay over the island. Andrew only want to save up all of this money to put in a 28 at bank account. And that stink like broke down outside toilet.
Businesses, small business operators. There is an economic cost to it. And so I believe the $2,000 increasing to $2,000 is approximately 200% increase or thereabout. And if you're empaneled...
What really happened to Gigolo Feather? What really happened to Gigolo Feather? Eh? What really happened to Gigolo Feather?
Then is $6,000. I believe that this will serve to encourage persons to want to serve or to serve. The final point I would like to make, Mr. Speaker, is just to encourage persons who are summoned to serve. Encourage them to serve. It is good experience. It is good experience, and also it's
but
good.
You need this encouragement. You need this encouragement. Because your last portfolio you have a run off. Remember, say it turned a nightmare, mismanagement of money and bad things, you know. Woman start cuss over how fed and I want you turn you look at job where you get where you lose. Where Ford Bridge take over. Remember one whorehouse that you have a place around it as now. One look at whorehouse. So you need all of these advice to yourself, Feda. Because as far as I see it, yeah, based on voice note and things I see out in the social media space, you're nothing but a gigolo. So you need this advice to yourself. Your head feel like guinea seed. Go on your head or feel a gig.
It's a good discharge of your civic duty. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
All that thief, you look on flag green, Mr. Man. Jamaica should be some country, you see? Where, like how flag green miss the early part of the parliament. When parliament finish, all 500 man out of the door wait for him to beat him. I saw Jamaica run. When parliamentarian fuck up and I go on like they want to play smart, all 500 man just go for him and beat him. And make him work and pay back the debt. So he just go work and he not get no salary in the account. That's how we deal with them. They work but they not get no salary. So if they depends on how much they thief, we make them work free for that period of time there. And they have to do the same work like if they need to get money. We make them work free, left them yard free, and not get $1. Either they choose to work free and pay back the money, or they choose to go to prison. Under our terms and conditions, that means they can't make no money backdoor deal. All of that cut off. They have to carry lunch go to work. They have to buy them own and get out of them pocket. They have to do everything out of them pocket. Work free. Even the lunch you provide for politicians, them is exempt from that. They have to buy their own lunch at them type of way. They work free. So if they have to work 3 years free to pay back the money with them thief, they have to work 3 years free of chat.
Member from Portland Eastern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wasn't going to have this elaborate setup, but then the minister attempted to scandalize the court by saying that the jurors weren't being fed. So I must defend the court to say that they get island grill, and lawyers who can't afford it would like to go and beg, but that would be tampering. So let's set the record straight that the members of the jurors are properly fed, and I see them getting island grill. I'm complaining on behalf of the defense bar. I'm not a part of the jury. That's why I'm complaining. Hopefully the minister will consider that. But it was not a bribe. But Mr. Speaker, I do rise to certainly say to the minister that no one in Jamaica would ever object to the increase in the stipend for jurors. We are a consensus other than where that is concerned. The issue that I'm now having, and I'm constrained to stand and not be short in this presentation, Minister, is that the legislation as presented creates a number of problems for competing legislations, as well as it may cause further delay in terms of the course of justice to its finality. For instance, the amendment as it now stands does not
flag green, I worry. Cameraman, more show flag green.
In relations to decisions by the court. It actually isn't. It isn't, and it isn't for the obvious reason, Minister, that the legislation was somewhat copied from the UK legislation almost in its entirety. We, however, like you said when we were dealing with the other legislation, that we don't have the benefit of some of the other legislations, like their criminal legislation, and as well as we start from the basis of talking about a preparatory hearing. But the reality is we don't have that in our justice system. All pre-trial and case management hearings are not a preparatory hearing. In fact, preparatory hearings, there is an entire legislation in the UK that deals with that.
Class nice to the door. PNP have them at school.
The issues from section 42, A, B, and even C would arise. It is during the trial before that single judge. Now, because of that, what also follows then is that we have a serious problem in terms of what the legislation is defining as jury tampering. So it's not clear in terms of how, because we are guided by the Constitution. In the UK isn't. They don't have a written constitution which kind of restrains or constrains the judges in their conduct. What happens here, though, is that jury tampering legislation, their provisions are intended to serve the interests of justice. In that individuals accused of criminal offenses should not be permitted to escape justice through any attempt to interfere with the jury. Now, we know that. But in the Seminole case, there was no evidence of jury tampering, which would have given rise to, as you said, the purpose of this legislation. So what happens where, what we're setting up, as my friend would have said, is that we're creating situations where we can avoid or create scenarios where we remove the jury when it is a protection that the defendant who is most affected in relation to this process is not going to have the jury, because a judge may say, I am satisfied that certain circumstances exist. You yourself on your feet said the possibility of tampering. The legislation, certainly in the UK, and from how you drafted or how it is drafted, seems to suggest that there are two things that the judge has to be satisfied with. And the most important part is that there is a substantial risk that tampering occurred. And that tampering would mean that there's evidence of a threat to the integrity of the process, and that evidence would found an application under the sections as you have it amended. The election by the prosecution. I do also adopt what my friend would have said in terms of why is it that the defense doesn't have the equality of arms in terms of the election of trial without a jury. The scenario in this situation is that it may very well be that a defendant is in a particular jurisdiction and feels that when jurors are impaneled, he cannot get a fair trial, and so he wants to elect to opt for the protection of the judge when just before empanelment or something like that, as the legislation reads. And that is taken away from them, and it is also circumventing the Criminal Justice Administration Act. So as it is right now, I could not support this bill as it is to be passed in the House, certainly. Now, the next aspect is that the rationale for the legislation would be that only where there is evidence that the accused is prepared to attack the process, there must be a real and present danger that the jury is also at risk. In the absence of that, the judge actually should not or ought not to have the power to simply say that we're going to elect to have a trial by judge alone. The next thing that is important then is the insertions for the JAJA, that is the Judicata Appellate Jurisdiction Act. Now, because it is absent, there's nothing in the legislation that sends you to JAJA, or there's no suggestion that the JAJA will actually be amended, which would have language that says, from the refusal of a judge of an application, from an order of a judge under section 42A of the Act, which is made on determination of such an application. There is no such language, and therefore the bill as it is now would certainly be deficient and cause similar apprehensions or scare like the firearms legislation. The aspect of the appeal, though, is, and I could ask you the question, while I humbly suggest, is the section, does it provide a right of appeal or a grant of appeal against the order? And here's what I'm saying. The order, which is made under section 42A, is it to continue? Can the trial continue in the absence? Can the trial continue in the absence of the jury until it is that the appellate process is completed? So that is important, because in the UK, that is how the legislation is set up, to say that once the judge announces, as in 42C, informs the defense and the prosecution that I intend to discharge the jury and I'm going to proceed by judge alone, you may make your submissions and then I make my ruling. After the ruling, the appeals lie with the Court of Appeal. In the criminal jurisdiction, it doesn't even say that, because we have civil and we have criminal in the JAJA, but it doesn't say that it is the criminal jurisdiction explicitly that the appeal lies. Then, Minister, that reference then would be the Court of Appeal rules and then the notice of appeal or notice of application for permission to appeal in criminal matters must be filed within 14 days in our jurisdiction. There's nothing to say that where the judge makes the decision as according to your legislation that says, I am going to elect to go trial by judge alone, and then I make my ruling, find you guilty, give a written judgment, as your legislation says. But upon that, when does the time toll for the appeal? And that's open-ended. My suggestion would be humbly that it would have to, the appeal, the 14 days would toll at the end of the written judgment of the judge at first instance. And that would be similar in keeping with what happens in the UK. Similarly, it would follow that there must be a stay of proceedings until the appellate process is concluded. If the decision to go by trial by judge alone, and both persons have the option, both prosecution and the defense have the option to appeal the decision. At the point where we have a stay, Minister, you did say that we're trying to be more efficient. I can see the Chief Justice cringing because these trials would then bring about some form of delay as it goes through the Court of Appeal, as it gets a date, and somebody is dissatisfied. Our final court is still at the UK. And so you can see the type of delay that would come from matters arising from this. So one wonders if this is actually improving efficiency, protecting the integrity of the jury system, or is it further clogging the court as written just now? So that is somewhat problematic. Again, with the same legislation and the election or the application made by the prosecution as the bill suggests, there's nothing to say in like similar legislation, which it was adopted from, that the judge may not make such an order without the approval of the Chief Justice or the judge nominated by him. So is it a specialized situation with the application? Because again, we do not have the preparatory hearing, which is that we have trial readiness, as I said earlier, but the preparatory hearing, we don't have the legislation to give guidance for such a hearing. So it then wonders if we are relying again on what now exists, which is directions, practice directions from the Chief Justice, or are we cementing the legislation to direct the process that we want. So while it is that I take no objection to advancing and improving and modernizing the legislation, and hope that we never would have again a scenario which took place in the Sean Campbell matter, which went all the way to the Privy Council, is that we must ensure that the legislation is meeting the object and purpose and the mischief that is trying to correct. And in the absence of correcting the appellate jurisdiction, where that lies, and in the absence of, or the attempt, not intentionally, but it has the effect of circumventing the Criminal Justice Administration Act, that it just needs to be revisited. I did painstakingly read the legislation and wondered if the member from, well, I didn't wonder, I kind of said that the member from Western St. James, West Central St. James, took no part in this legislation. I just wondered, because I know the government doesn't do pitchy-patchy work. And that person is very, and the member from West Central St. James is very pedantic and exacting. And that is a compliment. So it is not an attack on my friend. I have great respect for that member. But to say that I just think that we It's not, I'm not, and I'm not accusing you, Minister. I'm just saying that I think that many things weren't considered in relation to where we need to go. And I'm just rising to say that I'm hoping that as a House, we're not embarrassed by passing a legislation that has too many holes, and then the general social media will say all we did was copy and paste, and we didn't have mature considerations and all the critiques that come from it. And so I'm saying it with the greatest amount of respect to say that there's a little bit more work that has to be done in relation to the section 42A, B, and C, including an inclusion and a direction of the appellate jurisdiction that would give effect to the legislation. I'm truly saddened that the increase in the stipend is attached to this particular amendment, because it's a tricky or a slippery slope. And those are just my humble contributions, and ask that you would consider it so that it doesn't delay what I know is much needed. And I support, Minister. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're speaking, Marissa?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Your mic is on. Your mic was on. You need to turn it on. Right.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I rise and I want to acknowledge the views of...
I want everybody who are watching me now to acknowledge that this is the thieving woman named Dalrymple Philibert. She was the Speaker of the House. I will catch her a thief, and she get fired. And Andrew Wallace go give her back the work, and Andrew Wallace only work with thief. This is the woman who thief her seat and come back in our parliament. This is Dalrymple Philibert, otherwise known as Roscoe. And some people call her Mama D. And the D mean the devil. Saying, remember this woman we're going to talk now, remember she's a thief. So, whatever she going to say out her toilet right now, we don't expect nothing better. Because after you don't use the toilet and flush it, what you're flushing? Shit. So, listen this.
Of the member from Northeast St. Elizabeth and Eastern Portland. But I want to start out by saying, although I'm new in the Ministry of Justice and Constitution.
Look pan dirty stink Tufton for your son drunk row. Look pan dirty Tufton, one old bomb buckler at prison board. I'm going to talk about where you want the boss, you want to kill me? The man them say them go drive, they want to drive truck over your blood clot. That's why the man them say you come out and make video about it. So you catch afraid. Say people on social media threaten you, say they want to drive truck over you. Eh? You don't catch afraid yet. You don't catch, think you catch afraid yet? You don't catch afraid yet. When in a parliament I go on like on a roll blood clot thunder about on a coward. I hide behind the police and security. And come in the parliament and chat like on somebody, you know, stink like. And look at all this a drunk here. This a big woman on the screen have nothing about herself. Can I believe? This a one fucking thief, you know. Shameless drunker, you know. Where did I talk about the integrity commissioner tell lie? Then him have to come blood clot plead guilty to the crime of thieving taxpayer money. Saying? And Andrew Holness go back and look for her and give her the work. She a thief, Andrew a thief, Darrell Vaz a thief, Floyd Green a thief, Desmond McKenzie a thief. Like all of these dog shit are thief, you know. This is the thieving crew, you know, the thieving gang, you know. Andrew Holness and the thieving gang, you know. But anyway, look at this creature on the screen. Come out in our black. Shameless drunkro. Was the Speaker of the House, you know. Shameless piece of dog shit on the screen. She was the Speaker of the House. And have left the job because a thief. we not use no blood clot about illicit enrichment. She have to lose this, step down and step away from the Speaker of the House job because she thief. Listen what the drunk are going to say now.
Affairs. That ministry has a minister that has done sterling work and is intelligent. It has and has had other ministers, hold on, I'm on my feet, and has had other ministers that have been...
You know, say, for 1 second, just now, my viewers and subscribers, we never know, say, our feet she stand up on. You know, say, all we are going, I think she upside down, I think her head she stand up on, you know. All, boy, she could have fooled me, all, seriously, she stand up on her head.
Equally capable and has done work that is thoughtful. The ministry does not do patchy work.
Then if, hey, Dalrymple Philly Bird, if a dog shit like you can find back yourself in our parliament, what are you talking about, ma'am? Dalrymple Philly Bird, the former House Speaker. If a dog shit like you can come back in our parliament as a member of parliament for Chilani, some part of Chilani, what are you talking about? This is pitchy patchy work. A dog shit like Dalrymple Philly Bird should never come back in our parliament. So what these drunk are talking about?
The minister, hold on, I didn't interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. No, I did not interrupt.
Dalrymple, you don't make no sense in our parliament in a dog shit. You don't make no purpose in our parliament, Dalrymple. In a real life.
I did not interrupt you.
Now look at us. Come out of our parliament and go. But did not interrupt you. Who the fuck is you? Come out of our parliament.
Mr. Speaker, a
point of order, your blood clot. Come out of our parliament. We don't hear nothing from you, Dalrymple.
The greatest amount of respect. And I said
we don't hear nothing from Dalrymple.
And painstakingly. And no, I said it. I said we do not want to have that said about this house further. The ministry. I have the greatest amount of respect for Mr.
Isaac,
I have the greatest amount of
respect. Dalrymple come back in the parliament. And Jones are in a pitchy-patchy government. So when Dalrymple talk about a fair trial, it is invalid, none and void. So Isaac, even pay this a dog shit now, man, my G. I'm General Isaac with King's Council. We're next King's Council. Don't play dirty doll. Your hair is not size. Don't stoop to Dalrymple level. Make sure you go and talk out our toilet.
And I want it to be clear that I said the very attack that I'm speaking of is what we do not want for the house. I'm a part of this house. And no, I'm saying that. I'm making that clear. And I said, in fact, and I just want that to say because we are in a social media area where persons will cut and paste, and I'm not here for sound bites. No, I was not. And I said I painstakingly said it. Thank you. But that's what I said. I was clear on what I said.
Member, you have to turn.
Therefore, yes, I want to say therefore that my comment is very appropriate. It's a backhanded way of introducing to the public as we speak as members of parliament that there is incompetence, there is...
Dalrymple, nobody no want no eyeglasses, Sister Andrew Willis and the entire drunker like Uno. When you have each up back him, all on incompetent, Uno is a set of thief. So I want to hide. And the international scale, scene. The people them say they can't believe the Jamaican people elect a drunker like Andrew Jones, who is under investigation. What are you talking about? See Floyd Green, look how much 800 million, 3 trillion in that blood clot healthcare between this Flavored and Harris Chang. Look how much bumbo clot money Mr. for Andrew thief charity money. CTM a thief Melissa money. In thief burial money. Him a thief, he land them in our country. Now he collect money, make them a test harp in our country. And a drunker like you will get kicked out for thieving. You is back in our parliament. I size up. You look at thieving, blood clot, all self.
It is a backhanded way of doing it. We have a minister. We have a minister that is.
Look pan you look like you're born wrong on the wrong side. Like you're born wrong side. And you never put on clothes wrong side or shoes wrong side. I say you look like you're born wrong side. Look how you feel Papa beers. Eh? Look how you feel Papa beers. Eh? Look on the size of head where you carry. And your blood clot big head, nothing in your big dirty head. Can't tell you say you're a speaker of the house, you're not a thief. Look on the size of head where you walk around with. And the blood clot brain in your head. Can't say you're the speaker of the house, you must not thief. Look on this dog shit here, on the screen. We get kicked out for thieving taxpayer money. And it reach back in our parliament because his boss is a dog shit like himself. Eh?
No,
yeah.
I'm not saying that. I am saying we have a minister that is capable, has managed a ministry, and in addition to the minister and previous ministers who have worked here,
we have a blood
technical team at the ministry that
look on tough stand.
And
thief like a puss. What a drunk girl. How much taxpayer money inside chick. Look on the drunk girl.
This act that has languished.
Where Andrew wants them award to kill off much blood clot baby, a dog and a baby and I watch. Another thing get award for. Look on the drunk girl.
In this parliament for, I think, from 2016. Went through.
From 2016 when Andrew Jones enter our parliament. From 2016 the parliament get fucked. Mama P care back for one level. I wanna come fuck up it and put we in a one whole heap of debt. If we just stop blood clot work and tap pay tax, make Andrew Jones and the whole of friend them have to pay back these money when they take from these people. We should just stop contribute to the blood clot system. Make them have to pay back the money out of them pocket. The whole of them life saving them have to use pay back IMF and Royal Bank. We should just boycott the bomber clot system and left them in a debt. Because we never send them go borrow no money, you know. No. We should just boycott the blood clot system and make them have to go blood clot lock up in the people in them country and the hard labor. No.
I allowed both members to speak.
Dalrymple, you know,
and
you're
I would
invalid, man.
expect the same courtesy.
No, man, you can't get the same courtesy, John Crow.
Again?
Run him, Angela. Run him, blood clot. I like it. Hey, I'm going to take a drink for that. Point of order is a pussy hole. Go ahead.
Yes.
You're right, Clark. Shut him out.
Yes. Listen, we are not going to take it tit for tat. You had your chance. You had your chance. You made a statement. I don't.
Is this a Darwin crosses? Is this a Darwin crosses? One Isaac pon up. Is this a Darwin crosses? Switch on back your mad pussy. Isaac is on the floor.
You have to hear the point of order.
You have to hear.
Allow the member to
you have to hear in point of order.
Take your seat.
You man raise for a point of order, pussy.
Remember, you can go. Remember, you can turn
the
mic on.
Parallel, turn up on a point of order. You have to hear in point of order. You have to hear in point of order. Let's talk out your mama. A man stand up on a point of order.
Remember, you can sit first, please.
No.
Mr. Speaker, I have never seen or heard of an instance where a member wishes to
raise on a point of order.
And
you want to refuse it.
I
urge never see that yet.
To allow the member to raise his standing or
I mean,
point of order, and then you
continue.
decide on it. But I think you have to hear him.
You have to hear him.
Mr. Speaker.
You can't run the parliament like a fair. Go suck out your mama, you are. Go suck Andrew prick.
Mr. Speaker.
We don't want to hear nothing from your flag green. Go suck your mama and come explain about the 800 million. That we are dealing with. We don't want to hear nothing from your flag green. If I know the 800 million talk about, go suck out your mama and come out of the parliament. I'm going to tell you that, brawling, we don't want to thief, we don't like, you know. We need a PR government. We need a PR government.
I would agree that the point of order, once the member rises to indicate that he has a point of order, the point of order should be heard. However, I ask the member to keep the point of order in the confines of the standing.
You're a thief, you hear my son? Look at your son. You're a thief, brother.
That you don't like how something is being phrased is to make a clear designation that the member speaking may be doing something contrary to the standing order. So I think because the last time it was more of, I think because the last time it was more of a conversation, right? So if you could keep the point of order clear so that the speaker can rule on the point.
Mr. Speaker, the member from South Trelawney spoke about the particular amendment which I spoke about and said that it was there from 2016. The matter in question was before the Privy Council in 2024, where I stood before the Privy Council, and I say, and the minister respectfully said that the particular amendment which I gave my contribution to was as a result of that very case. And I just heard the speaker misleading this house to say that it was there from 2016. I cannot sit and allow that. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I want to admit that the section that we're dealing with has come about in the last 2 years. But please be advised that the proposed amendment to the Jury Act, there's nothing to laugh about. The proposed amendment to the Jury Act
laugh off of them. Laugh off of them again.
For very many years, to as far back as 2016. I am stating that fact. Madam Member of Parliament, I'm on my feet and I am moving on. I have responded to what has been said and I am now moving on. I am also saying in response to the comment made by the member from Northeast St. Elizabeth that it's not that we are in this act abolishing trial by jury. It is merely limited to where it is considered that there is tampering of the jury. That is one. And two, in response to my colleague from East Portland, after many years in the profession, it is in this jurisdiction that appeal is a right that we all have. So when you
and when I tell you come and talk about your profession, remember, everything I want to do a links and I do it after. So I don't think you ever win a real case. I be a links and I work after. When you come and boast about on a profession and a links on a profession and work after. Isaac Buchanan actually work and earn in tiger and earn in respect. Tom Tavares, Delraj, all on our links and go in a court pan. Be a links. One judge, them and judge and them dinner and one this and that. I be a links, so everything swing phone away. When I go on like when I somebody boy here. Isaac working way up and prove. Saying deserve to be the king's counsel. I bear links and go in a courthouse with. All I know who connected to the Jamaica Labour Party, who claims they're a liar, who never win a real case. Bear links. Money run, and who just pay money and pay out, pay and pay. Clown or papi show, no make noise. Not try to waste a blood clot time.
Everybody has the right to appeal a decision of the court. Having said all of that, I want to say, and I go back to say that this bill that is before the Parliament today has gone through detailed scrutiny from an excellent technical team at the ministry. And it has gone to a legislative committee of attorneys that are highly qualified and has done sterling work in justice in this country. And and both the technical team and the Legislative Council has found the bill to be suitable. So I'm starting from...
Because everybody who we are referred to, who look at this bill and don't have a problem with it because one is a bunch of criminal. Everybody who we are referred to now, a big up. Uno and them is a bunch of dog shit.
The premise that as members of Parliament, we try to pass laws that assist and inure to the benefit of our constituents. And so, with that in mind, starting from the premise that I'm going to urge us as parliamentarians.
Isaac, we have to ask this shit back, you see? How come she's not the Speaker of the House again? And you can't say anything in our Parliament, you know. Ask her how she's not the Speaker of the House again. Ask her how she's not, if I did ever Ramington, you know, ask. If I did somebody on phone side in that situation, ever Ramington, you know, ask that, or say it some form of way. So ask her how she lose the work as Speaker of the House.
To pass this bill. And I want to endorse particularly the proposed amendments in relation to the increase of sums paid to the jury, as has been said by other members of this Parliament. And the newly proposed arrangement whereby persons who have participated in the jury selection process but who are not selected will be paid a stipend. That is part of this, and as members of Parliament, we should all endorse this. We are also, as has been said by other members, very thankful to those who continue to serve. And we want to encourage those who have been discouraged to serve for whatever reason to consider serving. So, this amendment, as it is before us, bears emphasis that a jury service is a profound civic responsibility, which has, as other people have recognized, been the cornerstone of our democracy. It is a long-standing tradition which predates independence, and it continues to this day to form part of the jury system. Notwithstanding this important duty, this administration, led by Dr. Michael Andrew Holness, or Andrew Michael Holness.
It would be possible to increase the amounts paid to jurors for their service without bringing legislation to Parliament, because those rates are set by regulations, and you could have amended those regulations without going through the process of appending it to a bill dealing with other matters. That would have been possible. I suspect you took the opportunity to do both because you felt it was convenient and efficient to do it that way. But it didn't have to be that way. And speaking for myself, I would have really preferred, in light of the fact that you are committed to having a joint select committee reviewing trial by jury in Jamaica, the jury system. I think the proper way of proceeding would be to have increased the remuneration to jurors by an amendment to the regulations right away. It's impatient of debate, and everybody supports that. and deal with all of the issues in this bill. And it's not just 2 issues. There are several issues in this bill. And they really ought properly to have been given the opportunity for thorough ventilation at the Joint Select Committee, which you've indicated will come after we pass this bill. So I support the point made by members on our side, led by the spokesperson for Justice, the Member of Parliament for North East, St. Elizabeth, on that. While I'm on the issue of those regulations, which could have been amended by regulations, I just want to make it clear that as set out here, the payment is not just for travel expenses. It's not just for remunerating or reimbursing expenses. It is for sitting on the jury and traveling to and fro to get to court. It's a compendious payment that covers both things. And at $6,000 a day, if you sit 5 days a week, that's well in excess of the minimum wage. It has an element of compensation for the service rendered. Time, you may not say people are professional jurors, but the payment is there to compensate, and it's expressly stated on pages 10 and 11 of this bill that what it's for. It says to cover expenses incurred for sitting on the jury and traveling to and from the place from which the person is summoned. So it covers both things, and I think that that's an important point to make. And I, for the record, I'm glad you're doing it now, Minister. The last time it was done, I was the minister, and that's quite a long time ago now. And we did a 400% increase at the time to $2,000 a day from $500, which is where it had been for ages. And, you know, that seemed reasonably generous back then. Now it seems woefully inadequate. And so that's over a decade ago. So, you know, time come for this increase, and we're glad for it. On the other provisions in the bill, there are some that I have some difficulty with. And I'm going to go to Clause 3, first of all, Minister. And the new subsection 6 that is being inserted into Section 2 of the Principal Act. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is an amendment to the Jury Act. The Jury Act deals with jury trials and matters relating to jury trials, serving jurors, empaneling juries, etc. And here we have, in this Clause 3 of the bill, an insertion into the Jury Act of a provision which doesn't, on the face of it, have anything to do with trial by jury per se. This is talking about a trial readiness hearing, and if you read the clause, the new Clause 6, being inserted into Clause 2, there's not one reference to jury in it. It's all to do with a hearing presided over a judge, on which it is determined whether the trial date, which was already set, can be confirmed, having regard to a whole list of things. It's not clear to me whether this is applying to civil proceedings as well as criminal proceedings, or just criminal proceedings. I don't know. It's not clear. To the extent that it's intended to apply to criminal proceedings, I submit that this provision should be in the Criminal Justice Administration Act, because it is nothing to do with trial by jury per se. It is a general provision for a new procedure called a trial readiness hearing. To the extent it's intended to apply to civil proceedings, it should be in the civil procedure rules. It does not belong in the Jury Act. That's my point. It's not a jury provision. Moving on. I'm moving to Clause 7 of the bill. And Clause 7 is on page 4. And it's important to understand the scheme of it. So there are 3 subsections that are being inserted in a new Section 37 of the Jury Act, which replaces the existing 37, which is being repealed. Subsection 1 deals with parties to a civil trial. Subsection 3 is dealing with a particular issue where there's going to be a special jury. and the member for West Central St. James indicated the nature of a special jury and its role. The provision in relation to the special jury says that the cost of it shall be treated as cost in the cause. So typically, whoever loses, an order for cost is made against them in our system in civil matters. They would bear the cost of the special jury. But in subsection 1, it says that if a party applies to have the case tried by jury, the payment to the jurors is an obligation of that party. Now, to me, that builds in a perception of a conflict of interest. How can it be that the person who applies to have the trial done by jury in civil proceedings is the party who ends up paying the jurors? That looked like immediately the piper playing. Whoever pays the piper calls the tune. That is a general aphorism that people know. It can't, to me, yes, it's paid through the court, but the law says that the party who made the application is a party who's paying it. So the jurors would know that their stipend is being paid by him. He's the one who applied for it to be tried by jury. Or her. So my point is, it builds into the system a perception of bias, which is not right. And that a different approach should be found. I move to clause 10 of the bill, which is on page 5. And this is the one that deals with jury tampering. And there are 4 new sections that are being inserted into the Jury Act, dealing with trial without jury. Now, my first point on this is to note, as has been noted, that 42A, which is the first of the 4 sections, gives the right to the prosecution to apply to the judge for the trial to be conducted without a jury. No right is being given to the defense. Now, under the existing law, as I understand it, and I was the minister who piloted the legislation that brought this into the law, any trial, criminal trial that would be triable by jury, which is not a trial where the death penalty can be administered on a conviction, is a trial that the parties can agree should be by judge alone. They have to agree. The defense and the prosecution currently have to agree. If they agree, it doesn't matter the nature of the offense. If it's not one to which the death penalty applies, not a capital offense, then the trial must proceed by judge alone if the parties want that. Parties being the defense and the prosecution. Here we're achieving an imbalance because we're giving the prosecution a right to apply for something that would otherwise be a jury trial to proceed as a judge alone trial. And the defense is given no such right. I think that there ought to be a general right in the defense to apply to the court for a trial by judge alone if the defense wishes to do so. The member for East Portland indicated that in certain jurisdictions, as he puts it, and I assume he means parts of Jamaica, where there, where circuits are heard, circuit courts are heard with juries, there may be a sense that a defendant can't get a fair trial because the case, the publicity around the case and so on was such that people may already have a particular view of the guilt of that defendant. So the defendant may feel the only way he or she can get a fair trial is if it's a judge-alone trial. But there's no right being given to the defendant to make that application. And that ought to be there if you're giving the prosecution a right to apply for a judge-alone trial because of alleged or suspected tampering. So I think that needs to be fixed, or at least needs to be addressed and corrected. The next point I wish to make is in the new 42C, which is on page 7 of the bill. And by the way, Minister, I'm going to pause here a second. And again, this is a procedural matter. Here we are debating an amendment to the Jury Act, which is far-reaching, as has already been indicated. It's not just one thing it's dealing with. There are a number of far-reaching things that it's doing. And I am debating this bill, holding a long form. Well, I haven't received it. It wasn't tabled to me. I don't have it. I don't have any left-hand pages showing me the sections that are being amended. This is a photocopy. And this is not a printed copy from the printing office. How come we don't have that? How come we don't have a printed bill by the government printer on such a fundamental issue? And why wasn't this tabled? You don't have this. None of us have this. How can this be right? Again, you know, this is not a one-clause bill that's doing something uncontroversial and we want to get it done quickly. This is a far-reaching piece of legislation that affects the rights of Jamaican people to due process under the law, and we don't have a printed bill disseminated for the opposition benches so that we can see that. And it's really not good enough, Minister. And again, even this does not have the left-hand pages in it. The one I was just handed here doesn't have the left-handed pages, colleague members. Are pages appended to the bill that show the existing provisions that are being amended by the bill. So you can see what the law is now, and you can read the amendments that are in the bill and see what those amendments are doing. Without it, you're in the dark. You're flying without radar. And the proper practice is that the bill that's printed and sent here has the left-hand pages in it. This does not. It's not acceptable. Anyway, I move to the new section 42C, which is on page 7 of the long form.
On the system them a dog shit.
Back at this thing now.
Black Beauty.
It's on page 6.
On the system them a Andrew. Yeah, I want big ever load of dog shit.
And
talking on TV said that I will never take it back.
when you read it,
He's a big ever load of dog
1,
shit. Need to creep up in a shovel and throw hatches pan and stink up the place. The bumbuck like drunk up. Till you can come mash up the parliament pussy.
2, the judge may terminate a trial. The judge may terminate a trial and order a new trial if the judge is satisfied that it's in the interest of justice to do so. That's it. This is not a tampering provision. The tampering provision is the earlier one, 42A. It doesn't say whether it's is this any trial? Is this a civil trial and a criminal trial? That a judge can just suddenly say, no, you know what? I'm ending this trial now. And I'm ordering a new trial. It could be weeks into a trial, expended millions of dollars on legal fees. And a judge just says, you know, I think the interest of justice require a new trial to be. I don't understand this provision. This is certainly not warranted by the situation that occurred in the case that the member from East Portland was counsel in on appeal. Yes, it's subject to subsection 2. And it says that where a judge terminates a trial under subsection 1, the judge may order that the new trial is conducted without a jury. If the judge is satisfied in respect of a new trial, the conditions in 42A3 are fulfilled. But there's nothing in subsection 1 that suggests it's limited to a trial by jury, or that it's even limited to a criminal trial. It says nothing about that. Yes, and subsection 2 simply says that when the judge is deciding to terminate the trial and order a new one, he may order that it's without a jury. Yeah, but he may not. It may not have been a trial by jury in the first place. I'm just saying it's 2. Subsection 1 is broad, and the proper scope of it needs to be clear. It can't be just a general provision that seems to apply to all trials in Jamaica. So, Minister...
Andrew, me know directly say, everything we not try so, because you want to get to for your case. But any judge in Jamaica make you get away for your case. We are take it up we are take it personal. Just know that. So if you think say in the days when say I got thief money and talk about member, you think say I will get to scot free. Watch and blood clot see. Watch and see. And we and your blood clot. You think you can wiggle out of this, Andrew? If these little shit in a plate drunk out in a social media space, things that them can help you get away for this case. I see. Tell them to go find blood clot, something to do with them time, because them are wasting time. Come on, me tell you this bomber clot, Andrew. You have to go to blood clot prison. And if me say, me not tell you no earlier in the show say, Mark Gold in there so by accident. The most I plant him so. Watch out now, the best legislator in the Caribbean, entire Caribbean. This is the guy. The best blood clot legislator in the entire Caribbean. Andrew go name one load of shit. You think you can go around this? Blood clot basic school dropout. You think you can go around Mark Golding? Hurry come up, Jankro. You think you can go around Mark Golding? You think so you can wiggle yourself out of this criminal case where you're in a? Andrew. If you think so, we are make you get to for this case, I say, go pray to anybody who you pray to and then say you want to burn over and change your part. Because you can't blood clot get to it. We promise you that.
These are my comments. I've already addressed the issue of the stipend, or whatever you call it now, the fees, the remuneration for jurors, which we support that increase. And of course, we would all want it to be as high as possible, because as the member for Central Clarendon said on his maiden presentation, we all want to encourage people to serve as jurors. And Minister, I thought, quite frankly, that you would have used this opportunity to reduce the scope of persons who are exempt from jury duty. Because when I made the last set of amendments to the Juries Act over a decade ago, we had reduced the scope of exemptions. In some jurisdictions, there are no exemptions, zero. And I'm saying I made a start. But the problem of impaneling juries, member for West Rural, I think you are, St. Andrew, the problem of impaneling jurors is continuing. And we hear about it all the time, that we're having a challenge in impaneling sufficient jurors, that not sufficient jurors are responding to summonses. The minister indicated the voters list doesn't give alias names, and people in the community don't know who Ebenezer Forrest is. They only know him as Dirty Foot. So, Minister, I thought maybe that sort of a reform could have been considered now as well. But it's a bit piecemeal. We're proceeding in a piecemeal manner. And given that you're having this joint select committee, Minister, again, I would say to you, look, deal with the regulations that increase the remuneration, the stipend, right away, and have the select committee appointed to review jury law in Jamaica, the jury system in Jamaica. As it stands, some of these provisions would be difficult for us to support because their scope is too wide. So, some of the provisions that don't belong in this legislation at all, and so on. So I urge you to maybe take the opportunity to consider some of these points and decide how you wish to proceed, or if you want to proceed today and try to pass this, that's up to you. But were I in your shoes, in the light of the submissions made, I would give myself the opportunity to have the benefit of the excellent team of which the Minister of State has spoken, and of which I am myself familiar and can attest to their excellence, ma'am. So, thank you. Those are my submissions.
I want to thank all the members who have contributed. And you will see that I will take advice, okay? Let me first of all deal with the points that my colleague from West Central pointed out, and also with what the leader of the opposition has reiterated some and also indicated how to proceed.
When I'm some shit del right, Chuck. Andrew Holness, I don't want to get you out on a criminal case. And maybe you, your own self, because a 13 now on an investigation. So I'm going to give you advice. Here, Delroy Chuck, when time your old lady done shit, go near me. When your old lady done shit, go near me and come out of the parliament. You would be one of the blood clot thief for thief taxpayer money. Remember 13 or 16 now on an investigation. So all of these things on yourself and I want to get out of it. Mark Golding, don't make this pass in our parliament. Tell them to talk your mind TV so them for go name out them one by one. All of them. Tell them to talk your mind TV say them for go name them one by one. Them a criminal and themselves they want to get way out of this a blood clot. Criminal Act where Integrity Commission catch them in. Delroy Chuck would be one of the fucking the one of the thief for the Integrity Commission catch. You know hear what I say? Delroy, that this boy up on the screen, this John Crow. Him would be one of the thief. So you want to come pass bill so them can get you off of them criminal Delroy Chuck go nyam your ma when they done shit.
Before I touch on there is other members from Northeast St. Elizabeth and Eastern Portland. And
you are one of the thief.
That's how I'm going to proceed, okay?
Where the Integrity Commission hold on pan.
The member from West Central.
You are one of the thief.
Some good points, but a lot of them has to deal with a bit of, should I say, does affect a bit of the drafting. So you say instead of saying settled, we use certified. And the question in subsection 2, which I'll come back to in a second. Section 3, where the trial, the date has already been set. I had hoped to move an amendment to say whether the trial date can be confirmed in relation to the rest of the matters. But I'll come back to the point you raised. And also, instead of saying paid such fees, we're going to remove in section 5, not paid such fees, but paid such expenses as may be prescribed by the minister. And we remove fees in both section 5 and section 7. Now, the point I think, Leader of the Opposition, member from St. Andrews South, I believe at the trial readiness stage, when these matters are being considered, I think at that trial readiness stage, the question of whether there's some insinuation that tampering is likely to take place, but is not properly conveyed there. So that is why at the trial readiness stage, sometimes the impression is given that threats have been made and what have you. But I think your point is that if that cannot be properly formulated to affect the tampering, it shouldn't be there. So I'll accept that. So in relation to your point about the regulation, the truth of the matter is that there's no perfect bill. There's always going to be a good bill, but not a perfect bill. And there's always a...
I'm going to tell you this shit about John Crow. If the bill not perfect, we're not work with it, you know, because we're not deal with imperfection, you know. At all time, the bill have to be perfect, you know. If you're not perfect, no care come here, so. You waste with time. If you're not perfect, no care come here, so. You waste with blood clot time. We not deal with no imperfection. If it have to be perfect, perfection we are deal with, it have to be perfect. You come talk about no bill not perfect. So if you're not perfect, where you go with it? Where the fuck you go with it? And you gonna be one of the illicit. You were one of the man who Integrity Commission and investigate. Fuck you talk about. Yo, not until we know the 16 and 1 investigation, we not stop dealing like John Crow, you know. No. Not until we know who are the thief amongst Andrew Holness, we not stop dealing like John Crow. And who no like when we dealing like John Crow? Can't just go blood clot kill themselves, you know. Because as long as we not keep who are thief amongst Andrew Holness, all I want to know the same thing, so we deal with all I want to know as John Crow. So we have to come out, come identify ourselves and say, yo, me is not one of the people who want an investigation, you know. So look on you now. We good at an investigation, but it thief in taxpayer money. This bill is just to save you and the rest of you know where thief, you know. This bill, you try to find some way to save on yourself. But you buck up on the blood clot rock of Gibraltar. So now date that right, Chuck? No care where you want to set a your toilet, you know. What you need for go do, you see? If you really want to do something for Jamaican. Stop hide the rape a friend them. Stop hide the rape a friend them in our country. Stop lick head with the raper. You have to stop lick head with the raper. You don't have nothing but yourself. You lick head with the raper. You keep secret for raper. Man, you rape all baby. Who's the fuck are you? I lick head with man, you rape baby. You keep secret for man, you rape baby. But you can't sentence them 2 times. Eh? I look a 1 2-year-old baby, 3-year-old baby. A big of a great tone man like yourself. Rape a look a 3-year-old baby. And you don't want to become public knowledge because you will say you don't want the man to get sentenced 2 times.
So it's not fair.
You know, it is not fair.
For the raper man
to get sentenced 2 times. Eh?
Out order.
You see, from the day you make that speech, you shouldn't get boxed in your face until now. Make you look like a bee's sting you. The blood clot dog shit.
Case where you can adjust words, adjust phrase. Believe me, as chairman of legislation committee, we sit there for hours changing phrases. So it's one of the concern with legislation. But just to say that, to emphasize, we want a bill that is acceptable and can do what it says it should. And that is, yes, raise the fees, not fees, provide the expenses to have to be, when you're summoned, that you're not out of pocket totally from being summoned to jury duty. You can pay your bus fare, you can, buy lunch or a drink. This, when this matter came up of the Vibes Cartel trial, and my team said we need to put this in right away. My impression is that it would take a couple of weeks, just put a phrase, wherever tampering occurs, the jury can be dismissed, and so on. I must admit, all these additional phrases that have come into it give me a lot of concerns. And the truth of the matter is that the points you have raised, especially leader of the opposition, are matters to be concerned, to time, to make sure we're dealing totally with tampering. And for that reason, I'm going to postpone the closure and look at how we can properly adjust it. And if it can't be adjusted...
And at that make you postpone it. You try to look at a particular area of say that is why you postpone. And that is why you postpone it. The entire bill are rubbish. The entire bill, when you come in the parliament, you know, it's rubbish, you know. Mm-hmm. This come like it come for kill time. Because this have to kill time, you know. Because this could never go nowhere. This bill, it could never go nowhere when you have blood clot, Marky G in our parliament. Isaac Buchanan and Zelika Jess. Eh? Which part this bill could have passed? You think this bill could have passed? Isaac, Zelika Jess, and Mark Golin. Del right, Chuck. If you want people to talk something good, boy, yo, give up your raper friend them name. Make your raper friend them name become public knowledge in the country. The raper friend them a rape baby. I stuff them in a fridge, in a barrel. Release the sex offender registry. Yes. Where you keep for your friend them.
But I want to protect people and not them I want to protect.
Montague good a day night, you know.
Of course, film name.
Montague, Robert Montague, name good at that sex offender registry. Remember, Senator Brown said, "Una endorse rapist in the parliament." Senator Brown said, "Una endorse rapist in the parliament." And based on previous digging on me go, Robert Montague did call upon such allegation. And he preferred to say people want blackmail him for out of money. Look at Robert Montague, big ever ugly dog like him. Here's one big ever worthless dog. Which girl did I want to lie down with Montague? Seriously? Which woman had the right sense now? The likes of Montague. Which one is look a young girl I know? in their right state of mind, would have looked upon the likes of Robert Montague and want to lie down with him. Eh? They have you on ecstasy or Mali. They can't in their right state of mind. Look when looking at the parliament like him work at a mechanic shop. Eh? Both people want black. Who the fuck want blackmail? So maybe Montague name in that sex offender registry. That is why Delroy Chuck have it so close to his heart. And talk about if a girl get raped in a country and report it within 1 year time. You know if you bother with that.
Nobody report.
Nobody report it. And I laugh. I giggle. So these are the little things get Delroy Chuck a rose. Thinking about look a baby I get molest. That get him honey. These are the predator in a jacket and tie. I can't talk like them as smart. These are predator. Not the one in the movie, you know. These are baby predator. Termite.
We do it over. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I therefore ask for the suspension of the debate on the jury.
Yeah, suspend the debate now, Flag Green. Now, back to your case now, Flag Green. What is happening with that 800 million?
Jury's at debate. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, the time being 6:22 p.m., I now move that the House be allowed to receive and answer questions at this time.
Yes, because I want to ask about the 800. I don't like and share because my blood a boil, you know. I'm going to go and eat some butter bean
before that, Mr.
right
Speaker,
now.
can I ask for the recommittal?
Yeah, I'm going to take some, I'm going to take a butter bean break. Butter bean and saltfish break.
Is on the floor for
yeah.
the recommittal of
Ash brown,
those in favor.
butter bean and saltfish break.
Those
I take right now. Ash brown, butter bean and saltfish break.
Time being
I'll be right back.
PM, I now move that the House be allowed to receive and answer questions at this time.
The question is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Question and answers to questions.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining and Leader of Government Business.
Hey.
You want to speak in the mic?
Go nearer, my boss. Yeah. Talk over. Go nearer.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'll invite the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining and Leader of Government Business in the House. The following question standing in my name on the question notice paper.
And before I go any further, I don't know if Floyd Green got a court today. Yeah, Floyd Green is a witness in a murder that take place I tell you how long.
6 police killed 3 men.
Floyd Green is a witness when 6 police killed 3 men in 2013. So it's a murder trial of 6 policemen charged with killing 3 men in 2013. Has started in the Home Circuit Court in Kingston. So Floyd Green, when you see him not a parliament earlier, in the dark court to testify against some policeman. So that is the breaking news with Floyd Green. Why miss him from court? Why miss him from school today? Because him go to court. I testify upon 6 police were unalive, 3 youth.
They say him a witness.
And then say him a witness from 2013. So he have to still be a witness now. So Floyd Green are informed from the police them.
Mr. Speaker, the questions and the answers are as follows. Under Section A, Mining and Land Reclamation, Geographic Area of SML 130 for years 2020 to 2025. How many hectares of mine land have been certified as reclaimed by the Commissioner of Mines? For the period January 1, 2020 to December 31, 2025, 141.45 hectares of mine lands in SML 130 were certified as satisfactorily rehabilitated by the Commissioner of Mines. How many hectares of mine lands have been certified mined out but remains unreclaimed? The total area certified mined out in SML 130 for the period was 177.72 hectares. Of this figure, 24.23 hectares have been certified as satisfactorily reclaimed, which leaves a balance of 153.49 hectares that have not yet been certified as satisfactorily rehabilitated. Of that number, of the 153.49 hectares not certified as satisfactorily rehabilitated, 70 hectares were due to be certified the end of this year. 11.93 end of 2025. Sorry, 11.93 hectares are due to be certified by the end of 2026, and 67.94 hectares are due to be certified by the end of 2027. The penalty is US $25,000 per hectare for not having land certified within 3 years after being certified mined out. How many hectares have been mined but not yet certified as mined out? For the period, 39.66 hectares have been partially mined but not yet depleted and therefore not certified as mined out. This is for two main reasons. Property acquisition issues where mining of the remainder of the ore body is hampered by the lack of access to adjacent properties on which the rest of the bauxite is found, and two, bauxite remaining in ore bodies based on quality issues which requires blending. There have been efforts to reduce this area, especially with regard to the ones affected by property acquisition issues. In cases where the portion with bauxite has been depleted, they will be deemed mined out and subsequently rehabilitated. When the lands to the access of the remaining portion of the ore body have been obtained, then mining will continue on the remainder. How many hectares are currently being actively mined? As of January 9, 2026, 2 ore bodies are actively being mined. Actively being mined means that the bauxite is being removed from the pits. And these are in Porous, Victoria area. They are PTV 134, which is 1.6 hectares, and PVT 169, 1.06 hectares, which means 2.66 hectares are currently being actively mined. How many hectares have been used for haul roads and other activities supporting mining? An estimated 32 hectares were used for haul roads during the period. The roads will remain in use for after mining for agriculture, subdivisions, and community expansion. How many hectares are scheduled for mining in the future? Approximately 2,100 hectares of bauxite deposits are available for mining in the geographic area SML 130. B Land Management Program. As of November 30, 2025, how many hectares are leased to tenant farmers and how many farmers are tenants? Jamaica acknowledges that a total of 31 farmers are currently utilizing 219.34 hectares of bauxite lands within the SML for agricultural purposes. However, there has been no active leasing program in place for several years. Plans are underway to revamp and relaunch the program in 2026. The Jamaica Bauxite Institute also has small parcels within the SML that they manage under a program called Midlands. These represent former Reynolds properties that are also being used for tenant farming. Under that program, a total of 33 hectares is available for lease, of which 16.2 hectares have been leased to 2 farmers within SML 130. The total hectares of land occupied by tenant farmers is therefore 235 hectares. For the years 2020 to 2025, how many hectares of crops have been damaged or otherwise impacted by mining activities, and what is the corresponding assessed value? Jamaica does not maintain a record of crops damaged or otherwise impacted by mining activities on a per hectare basis. Crop compensation is negotiated with individuals under different types of arrangements and not reported as a line item. What methodology is currently employed to assess crop damage and determine compensation? Compensation is determined on a case-by-case basis. Complaints are directed through the various community councils
or directly to the company through the company's Community Relations Officer, CRO. The CRO then elevates the matter to the appropriate officer within the bauxite company, where the company has employed a dedicated agricultural officer. That person would assess the crops to determine the extent of damage to the crop. The Rural Agricultural Development Authority plays a consultative role in this process, and their expertise is in the use of crop value at the time of the complaint. Crop maturity, quantity, market price are some of the parameters used to determine compensation. Where the company has no agricultural officer, the matter is referred to RADA, which does an assessment and provides a report to the bauxite company. The report would include estimated crop value at the time of the complaint, crop maturity, quantity, among other information relevant to the specific claim. The report from RADA can then be used to form the basis of discussions between the company and the claimant in order to arrive at an agreement on the final compensation value. Resettlement and infrastructure. How many hectares of resettlement lands remain unallocated? There are approximately 657 lots averaging 0.2 hectares each, which have not yet been allocated, some of which are in undeveloped subdivisions. Approximately 289 lots remain unallocated in SML 130 in the South Manchester area. Jamaica is in the process of onboarding developers to assist in expediting the outstanding works. This is contingent clearly on Jamaica's budget and may be impacted by the pace of the relevant approvals. How many land vendors are pending allocations? Approximately 261 vendors are currently awaiting allocation of lots as of December 2025, with 172 persons pending allocation in Manchester. How many resettlement houses remain to be constructed? Jamaica seldom undertakes the rebuilding of houses, as compensation is usually paid to landowners occupiers based on the reinstatement value of their houses. Currently, the construction of only 2 houses are outstanding in Manchester. How many resettlement land titles were transferred to the owners between 2020 and 2025? As of December 2025, 311 certificates of titles were transferred to landowners between 2020 and 2025. Data from the Bauxite Land Titling Committee shows that within the boundaries of SML 130, between August 20 and September 2025, a total of 45 titles were transferred by Jamaica, 23 in South Manchester, 22 in Western Clarendon. How many resettlement land titles remain outstanding? Data from the Bauxite Land Titling Committee shows that within the boundaries of SML 130 at the end of September 2025, a total of 348 resettlement titles remain outstanding within subdivisions, 48 in South Manchester, 300 in Western Clarendon. For subdivisions with incomplete infrastructure, please provide the number of subdivisions, total area, number of lots in each. Data from the Bauxite Land Titling Committee shows that within the boundaries of SML 130, there are 11 subdivisions with incomplete infrastructure. The total area of each and the number of the lots are as follows. Jamaica, South Manchester, SML 130, Hampton Phase 1, total area 2.075 hectares, number of lots 9, Hampton Phase 2, 1.265 hectares, number of lots 8, Hampton Phase 3, 1.253 hectares, number of lots 8, John Robinson, 8.28 hectares, number of lots 42, Little Hampton, 6.67 hectares, number of lots 34, Trinity Phase 1, 6.36 hectares, number of lots 33, Trinity Phase 2, 3.50, number of lots 6. Jamaica Clarendon, SML 130, Denby Crawl Phase 1, 59.89 hectares, 67 lots. Denby Crawl Phase 2, 70.42 hectares, 193 lots. Stewarton, 2.4 hectares, 11 lots. Whitney, not available in terms of the amount of hectares, 126 lots. Identify the community development projects and the related budgets for 2020-2025. Community development projects within SML 130 are carried out by Jamaica as well as the Jamaica Bauxite Institute. Over the period 2020 to 2025, Jamaica has reported total investment of US $5.7 million, or just over 900 million Jamaican dollars. Of this total, US $4.7 million was used to support the delivery of potable water to residents across the SML. Additionally, 170 persons from communities are currently employed as observers, traffic wardens distributed as follows: South Manchester, 60 persons; Harmons Valley, 90 persons; Greenvale to Toll, 20 persons. It is also to be noted that there is a standard requirement for Jamaica's contractors to employ persons to carry out these tasks from communities. We estimate that there are currently approximately 48 persons in Harmons Valley employed by Jamaica's contractors and 20 persons from communities in South Manchester. The Jamaica Bauxite Institute, through the Bauxite Community Development Program, has invested close to 30 million Jamaican dollars in SML 130 between 2020 and 2025 in relation to parts of the SML within the parish of Manchester. The investment from the BCDP included the rehabilitation and reopening of the Broadleaf Community Health Clinic, support to chicken farmers and local agriculture, as well as training and community infrastructure support, including road rehabilitation. What is the total compensation paid to affected residents for dust, noise, and other nuisances caused by mining activities for 2025 to 2020 to 2025? Total compensation paid to affected residents for dust, noise, and other nuisances caused by mining from 2020 to 2025 is approximately $350 million, just in this area.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Minister, thank you very much. Let me say, this is the first time I've been able to get any data regarding the bauxite mining activities in South Manchester. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. And, you know, if I were to just use one example in terms of the answers you gave me, when I asked about community development projects, you maybe... Only one time. Could you just turn on this speaker? It doesn't seem any better? Thank you. If I were to use one example, Minister, the question related to community development projects. It turns out that basically more than 80% of what they call community development projects is water trucking. And that works out at about somewhere around $10 or $12 million a month that they spend trucking water. Now, a lot of this trucking water is really for dust suppression in the mining areas and the haul roads. Don't get the impression that all of this is to provide potable water to communities. But, Minister, you will recall immediately after Hurricane Melissa, when you wrote us with an allocation for water trucking. I believe you were the minister that wrote us making an allocation for water trucking. Minister Samuda, sorry. Minister Samuda. And I immediately attempted to get from Jamalco. I called, I sent emails, WhatsApp. Just tell me the areas that you are already trucking water to, so that this little 2 million that we got, because remember what, all the NWC systems were down at that time. So I just wanted to ensure that I don't spend my little allocation overlapping areas that they may already be trucking to. They flatly refuse to give me any information in that regard. So, and you would think that at a time of a national crisis, that would have been something easily shared, but they refuse. So I just say that to indicate how difficult it is to get very basic information from a very secretive company. Now, Minister, You've provided a lot of information, and I thank you for that. But let me just say, what matters to communities is not just the mining licenses, as those are necessary and those are important but not sufficient. Communities expect Jamalco to maintain its social license to operate through transparency, through early consultation when they're going to mine out new areas, through fair compensation, and through credible and timely rehabilitation of the areas that have been mined out. When you speak today, 70 hectares and 100 and this hectares and 1,000 hectares, it might be difficult for people to visualize what that means. But if you go into sections of South Manchester, I invite you, Minister, if you have not yet done so, to do a tour with this Member of Parliament. And there are sections that look post-apocalyptic. The areas are mined out. They look like a bomb fell on them. They have not been rehabilitated. Although no mining has taken place for over a decade in some cases, you see no rehabilitation. You see schools like Winston Jones look like it was marooned, like it was an island, because hectares and hectares, or acres and acres all around it had been mined out, and the school was just perched on an unmined spot and just the road to access the school. And that area has, since I've started my agitation, they've started rehabilitating it. But the officials of Jamalco go into communities that they're about to start mining or that are agitating for some relief. When they go in with a small army of private security and JCF personnel. And the communities find that show of force intimidating, and it immediately sets up a power imbalance. Then there's also a knowledge imbalance. Information is asymmetric. The community members, the small farmers and other residents don't have this information that you have shared with us, and neither does their elected representative initially, but thankfully, through the vehicle of this Parliament, we are able to speak for those who would otherwise be voiceless and who would be suffering because of the power imbalance and the knowledge imbalance. So the small farmers and representatives have to rely on, the small farmers and the other residents have to rely on their have to rely on their representatives. And that is why I'm asking, I hope the Speaker will give us a little more indulgence, because I'm sure I'm not the only one who wants to ask questions and to make comments, because there are other MPs who have the impact, or whose communities suffer the impact of mining. So, Minister, you will be aware that for many years, for a long time, the receipts to the Treasury to finance from bauxite levy or from income tax have been dwindling to little or nothing. There are many quarters. Just when we did the third supplementary estimate, I believe it was reported that there was no bauxite levy that had been collected in the previous period. And we know that, rarely do the local subsidiaries report income to be liable for corporate income tax. And the claim has been for a long time that the industry is so marginal that it cannot afford. If they are to be pressed to maintain their obligations, because your answers here show they're way behind in terms of rehabilitation, in terms of resettlement, in terms of transferring titles, on every dimension we can imagine. They're not living up to their obligations under law and under the license. But their argument has been that the industry is marginal. If you pressure us to comply with our obligations, we're going to have to shut down. And this was even said at a recent community meeting by a representative of Jamalco. And they said, in any event, this is outside of our control. These decisions are made by Century Aluminum, the ultimate parent company of Jamalco. As you know, Minister, it's a joint venture, 55-45. The government of Jamaica, through CAP, owns 45% of it. So the residents and even us here in Parliament have to rely on the agencies, the government companies, such as Clarendon Alumina Productions, to represent the interests of the Jamaicans. But Minister, when I went to or let me ask it as a question, are you aware, and this is information from the website of the Cabinet Office, that the last report submitted by Clarendon Alumina Productions was for the period 2016-2017. The last annual report that was submitted to Cabinet, this is from the Cabinet Office website, was 2016-2017, 10 years ago, a decade ago. We rely on NEPA, the National Environment and Planning Agency. Their last report was for the period 2015-2016. So all of these bodies where I should, as a member of Parliament, be able to go to their reports to get updates, to get data on what is happening, because they have responsibilities under the various legislation, is really so out of date that it is pointless. So, but when I kept hearing this cry of hardship, financial hardship, I said, well, let me do my own research using overseas sources, since there's no current ones available to me, before you table the answers to these questions. And to my surprise, between April and December last year, the share price of Century Aluminum had increased by 150%. 150%. Now, Glencore sold a small portion of its shareholding, and according to the Reuters article I read, raked in cash.
With a metal rake.
With a metal rake. The figures, the quarterly financials published by the company for the quarter ended September, and this was the first quarter that was affected by the increased tariffs on imported aluminum. The U.S. imposed a 50% tariff on imported aluminum in June 2025, which really provided a windfall for US-based smelters. Century Aluminum is one of those US-based smelters. Provided a windfall because now imported aluminum became uncompetitive relative to their supply. So there's only two local smelters in the US, or two companies that operate smelters, Alcoa and Century Aluminum. So it is a good time for them. Third quarter results, which was the first quarter positively impacted, their EBITDA for that quarter was $101 billion US dollars. EBITDA, earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, amortization, a measure of profitability, which jumped, by the way, about 35% quarter to quarter. And the impact is not fully felt yet. So the arguments that we have been hearing that, ability to pay is constraining is difficult to swallow. And Minister, I therefore would hope that our responsible agencies, whether it be the Commissioner of Mines, whether it be NEPA, whether it be the JPI, whoever has those responsibilities, don't keep taking these excuses and now start to enforce much more assertively. I welcome, Minister, the penalty that you speak of that's going to be enforced, certainly for the first in a very long time, 25,000 US per hectare, and this will start by being applied to 70.83 hectares, which should have been certified long ago. My question is this penalty per annum, or is it a one-time penalty that after giving some forbearance is it applied? But what will happen next year or the year after if the same 70.83 acres is not rehabilitated? Right. Is it in lieu of rehabilitation, or is it going to be a recurring fine, so it creates an incentive for them to do the rehabilitation? So that's question one. The second has to do with this idea, or Minister, what I'll really tell you is an excuse, where there are many mines, and you have here 40 hectares that have mining has long stopped, and they say it's not yet been depleted. And when you look up in the corner of the mine, you see a few, what appear to be a few truckloads left. You know, maybe 1 or 2% of the bauxite that had been in that particular pit. And it's left for so long that huge trees are growing now in the mined out pit, but yet no rehabilitation has started. And Minister, I don't accept this thing. I want to suggest to you that it is a scam. It is an excuse to not live up to their obligations. And I would like you, Minister, and I'm asking you, would you have the Commissioner of Mines do even partial certification of those pits? I don't think it's a legitimate reason. They can go and assess it. But even if it is, if 98% of the pit is mined out, they cannot then indefinitely leave it unrehabilitated for the 2% that is not. So I am therefore asking, Minister, is there any power that the Commissioner of Mines has to compel them to at least, where way longer than 3 years has gone, to partially certify that pit and to rehabilitate the 90-odd% which has already been mined out? The people have been waiting decades to hear this response. So
yes, member. The people have been waiting, but ask the question so that the minister can answer you.
The questions. These are follow-up
Please.
questions. Mr. Speaker, the minister has provided a lot of information.
But ask questions, don't make statements.
I'm asking follow-up questions, but I have
Let me hear them.
Mr.
We want to know about the pits. Yes, the pits that they have.
Mr. Speaker, farmers are currently occupying.
Remember to speak in the mic.
Farmers are currently occupying 219 hectares of bauxite lands and using them for agricultural purposes. That's not a small amount, that's a significant amount of land. But because there is no formal leasing program, these farmers are left in a very precarious position, because at any time they can be given short notice to quit the land. And many of these 1,000 acres, that is rather 1,000 hectares that's left for mining, they may not get to this for another 5 years, another 10 years. So I don't see why an arrangement can be made to give these farmers formal tenure for whether 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, as the case may be, because there must be a plan. in terms of how they're going to progress with their mining.
This is what name? Uri. Uri.
Yeah, Uri Clark.
Uri Clark. Not because they're near man Jones, she could have no answer the place with a think mouth, you know.
On the land management program.
Not because Andrew is shaking in your mouth. Just lock your toilet, brother.
Record of crops damaged. Minister, I don't think this is acceptable. What this leads to is no accountability. This leads to no accountability. I think if the company doesn't do it, then certainly some agency of the government, whether RADA, whether JBI, whether the Commissioner of Mines, because if no record is being kept, then how do we hold them accountable? And similarly, with respect to C, that question was what methodology is employed to assess crop damage and determine compensation. And their answer was that compensation is determined on a case-by-case basis. Yes, no, Minister, I don't think that is acceptable. Again, because of the power imbalance, because of the information asymmetry. I don't know why we can't determine a measure, rather, one of our experts to say, if it's pumpkin is a crop, what is the compensation for per acre or hectare of pumpkin, and so on. That can't be beyond us to develop a standard that is used to guide these compensation. Of course, each farmer may have a different mix of crops, so we know that it will be different. There will be some customization, but
question. Please,
the question is, can't we establish an objective basis for compensation for replacement of crops? And with respect to the community councils, Minister, these councils were set up back in the day, some maybe 20 years ago.
Question again, member. Please.
I'm going to ask the question if you'll allow me.
No, but you're not asking a question, you're making a statement, and we have other members who want to ask question.
You know how we beat you right like one of them there.
Get to the question.
You know how we beat the pussy one of them there.
Member, get to the questions.
So suck out your mama and go.
Is the minister aware?
Right. Sounds good.
That these community councils were established decades ago, and the representation on the councils no longer represents the areas where mining is currently taking place, but where was being mined initially. Is the minister aware, and is the minister further aware that this frustrates proper representation on these community councils? And then I turn to resettlement. I turn to resettlement and infrastructure. And Minister, you've given a lot of information here, which will take some time to digest. But what it shows is that there are hundreds of persons who have been resettled. And you speak to various communities. Some of these resettlements took place decades ago again. I have met individuals who...
Question, member.
Is the minister aware that there are individuals who I can speak to with some certainty, who were relocated over a decade ago and have still not received title for the lot they were put on? And is the minister further aware that some of these individuals have now died, and it's their children who are struggling to inherit what their father or mother, as the case may be, left for them, but because they have no title and often cannot find the little letter of possession which they were given decades ago, and they're left in a sort of limbo where they cannot inherit the assets that their parents earned for many years. So this whole resettlement, Minister, is unacceptable, and I'm asking
aware that it's
will you put some task force in place? Because this impacts not just South Manchester. I'm sure it impacts St. Ann. I am sure it impacts Northwest Manchester. I'm sure it impacts Clarendon. Because all of these, St. Catherine, because all of these parishes have suffered from the same thing. And finally, Minister,
Are you aware?
the total does the minister believe that given the thousands of households that have been impacted by bauxite mining in South Manchester, or more broadly under this particular mining lease, that 50-something million a year in total compensation. And I'm using the figures you gave for the last 6 years, dividing it on a per year basis. 50-something million per year, Jamaican dollars, is adequate compensation for the dislocation, the dust, the noise, and other nuisances which they suffer in their day-to-day lives. And further, is the minister aware that when you break down what they pay by household, that the amount per day is a mere $60-something, not per person, per household. This is people who live beside haul roads with heavy equipment going by their house every day, coating everything in dust. Their children are suffering from sinus. That 60-something cannot even buy 2 Panadol sinus at the local shop. Cannot even buy a dose for one person. And is the minister prepared to champion the rights of these residents to ensure that they get fairer compensation from these companies? Thank you.
Member from Northwestern Manchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, Mr. Speaker, Minister, this 70.83 hectares, which should have been certified in 2025, can the minister say what are the reasons why there's a delay? And can the minister say how many times has this $25,000 penalty been charged on any of the bauxite companies for delay of more than 3 years for not reclaiming bauxite lands? Question C, the answer the minister gave of how many hectares have been mined out by not yet certified as mined out. In C1, the minister mentioned that property
Data and Canberra
acquisition
and flag green go
were
square off in
mining
the night,
the
yeah.
remainder of the
Big up yourself, Data and Canberra.
of access. Can the minister say how
Data and Canberra,
long
me present.
has
Me that
this-
class one morning. Me sleep out the classroom.
lack of access has been in place? And when will it be dealt with? And if there is any section of the JBI or the ministry itself that helps to deal with matters like this, otherwise the area that has been mined out will be left mined out for a very long time if this issue is not dealt with. Thirdly, the lands that bauxite companies hold, and not in this instance only Jamaica, which is being discussed by this, but just generally island-wide, agricultural land that these bauxite companies have in their land bank, which is
underutilized. Is the ministry, is there going to be a policy if that these lands are underutilized for many years, as we have discussed those lands in Grove Place in my own constituency? Will there be a policy by the Ministry of Agriculture, the government, in reclaiming back these lands somehow and putting them into proper agricultural production? Where haul roads are supposed to be installed and that have not been done, and the public road is being used for hauling of bauxite, is there going to be a policy by the government for the maintenance of these roads, or will there be a timeline? And if by the bauxite company, maintenance by the bauxite companies, and if the timeline has been missed of the construction of these haul roads, will there be sanctions for the continued use of the public thoroughfare? And the bauxite companies, why I ask that question, Minister, is because the bauxite companies cannot, it is my understanding, use a public road to haul bauxite unless permission is given by NEPA and the government. But these prolonged use of public roads and the deterioration of public roads is that it hurts the residents, who in turn get back little from the bauxite mining in these communities. And Minister, last question, Alpat. You made grand announcement about the proposal. Why are you looking at the Speaker, Minister? Look this way. It is not, but it's a question. And the Minister will answer at another time, I hope. Or should I table questions to ask about Alpat? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm waiting to be identified.
You're identified. You're identified. I identified.
But no, I'm not clear. I thought the protocol was that the Speaker would identify me. Yes. Speaker, just to compliment the Minister for the data that has been provided. And I'll start there because in most of our constituencies where we have mining, we don't have this information. And as the member from South Manchester pointed out, it's not easy because the reporting, if done, is not made public, it seems. So, Minister, will you commit to providing this House with an annual report akin to the kind of data that is provided in these questions? Sort of a report card on the mining companies. Secondly, the report speaks to 235 hectares of land being leased to about, 33 farmers. And that amounts to about 15 hectares per farmer, which is equivalent 7 hectares per farmer, which is about 15 acres for those of us who think that way. So these are not small holdings, Minister. So the question is, who is it that is leasing the land? How much of these lands are in the hands of the local community members? And again, because of the amount of lands that's being leased, then we wonder if the local folks are getting access. The other part of this is the formalization, Minister. Are you aware that because there are formal arrangements through which the farmers access these lands, they cannot get the concessions for motor vehicles, they cannot use them for bank loans, and so to a certain extent, they are not able to optimize the lands that they're occupying, and of course the risk that they'll be removed at short notice because of the absence of formal arrangements. Further to that, Minister, will you commit to ensuring, as has been asked in various forms, will you commit to ensuring that these arrangements are formalized so that the benefits can accrue to those who are using the lands? At the core of what we're seeing with the industry, Minister, Mr. Speaker, is failure to enforce existing laws and policies. And so that's why we're struggling with land titles, rehabilitation of the lands. Is the ministry aware of what the challenges are in enforcing the laws and ensuring that the benefits that should go to people, or the time frame within which things are to be done? Is the ministry aware of what the challenges are, and what steps are you taking to address these challenges? In one of my communities, it's $800 per month as the dust benefit. $800 per month for a household. And in some cases...
Remember, keep to the question. Questions. Please.
Is the minister aware, and can the minister explain to the House?
So this big of a backside company in Jamaica, big dirty nasty looking Andrew Holness, have the backside company that pay the people them $800 a month for dust. And so could you like I talk about for stick to me say $800 a month for a big of a multi-million-dollar company. I pay for dust $800 a month. So when you're picking sick, $800 for pay your taxi fare one way to the hospital. And then you forgot the hospital gate and sit down and beg. Because the dust I go kill. Hey, you know how much people in St. Elizabeth and Manchester I suffer some different type of sickness from these dust. And so could Andrew Holness have the backside company in Jamaica where I mash up people community. I pay them $800 a month for dust. Andrew, you can't blood clot stay. Me promise you that. So, you have to go back and fuck your monkey in India, you know. You have to go back to India and go fuck the monkey to top up your power. Because you can't stay.
Why even the small amounts that are paid to households for dust nuisance? In my case, $800 per household. Why isn't this being done consistently? And what measures are being taken to enforce the payment of these benefits? Finally, the minister would recall his previous presentation in the House in which he spoke of all communities with mining activities having running water and certain basic amenities. Minister, what steps are you going to take to ensure that these amenities are put in place? And in addition to water, the rest of us would be interested in roads, formal access to land, as well as a fund that can be used for the redevelopment of communities when the bauxite activities, the mining activities cease. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My first question is the minister aware of the difficulty that representatives of the people face in even getting conversations or meetings with these bauxite companies? And further, is he aware that it's not much easier to get consultation with JBI as well? I also wonder if the minister is aware that lands that might not have been mined out for bauxite have been under the ownership of these bauxite companies, and many have been deemed unworthy of mining, yet still under the ownership of these companies. Is the minister therefore further aware that this monopolization of ownership has robbed the people of agricultural and other income-earning activities, housing opportunities, and indeed, even burial sites in these communities that have to go far and wide to bury their relatives. Is the minister also aware that recreational activities have been extremely affected by the pollution of rivers, in particular as it relates to caustic being released into these rivers, causing for the habit of recreation at these waterways to end, stymie, and indeed many of these rivers to be avoided by children, their parents, and the citizens who once enjoyed the recreational benefits of these entities. Is the minister aware that there has been anecdotal evidence that there has been greater roof damage in bauxite areas relative to the wind than in most other areas that had even greater wind forces from the hurricane? That multiple roof loss have been attributed to weakened roofs due to the bauxite dust, acid rain, and the rusting that has been caused in these bauxite areas due to the dust. Is the minister also aware that this dust and acid rain have also affected agricultural output? And I would love to piggyback on the member from St. Anne, who indicated that there's ownership of extreme...
More want to make note, take note, The man say acid rain. Acid rain. Where destroy the crop and poison the soil because of so-called anjo.
Numbers of acres, but is it possible to know the output from these entities? Because while it is, we may say, 7 acres under production, is it possible for us to know the output from these areas? Because it sounds as if many are just holding lands and not necessarily producing on these properties that they claim that they own. Finally, is the minister aware that there have been a cease on bauxite, what you call it, they used to call it dust money, in many communities, that the bauxite company has unilaterally decided not to pay the dust contribution? I heard the unfortunate number of $67 a day in...
On Flight Green, you know about this acid rain of fall, particular in a Senti, Flight Green, whatever link you want AJ Banker for destroy local farming in a St. Elizabeth. If you think so you can get it from this Flight Green, you see, maybe I have to go India, go fuck a monkey to ask him your fate. Here, you collude with the World Bank president to come in Jamaica where they I talk about one hurricane can destroy the GDP in double digit. And everything you see disappear in 3 hours. And from the man come and make that start out and look at alien mouth. Jamaica, Dome, Flight Green, you know about this acid rain where they have half a fall in St. Elizabeth. They poison the blood clot soil. And then you're afraid of fuck up the soil through radar. We not try to kill out the farming in a Senti and Mandeville. That is why the so-called genetic modified acid rain fall. Because Andrew signed to one agreement say he want to reduce natural resources out of the island. That is why I say he must get a beating. He name have to get a beating. So he can go and enjoy the little time we have left, because he name have to get a blood clot beating. I talk about Father God, you beg forgiveness to the crime you commit. You think that can blood clot help you? You go up on stage and beg forgiveness. You think that is enough? You wait till the people them say the things they may say. You wait till the people them start to the things them when me I see and see if you can go up on stage and beg forgiveness and things like that can blood clot help you. These people who give you money not care about you, you know. They just want for them agenda for go through, you know. So you think that them can bomb clot save you.
South Manchester, a per family, and yet still was jealous of the fact when it compares to $0 a day in Northwest St. Catherine, a unilateral decision taken by the bauxite company. Finally, is the minister aware that the employment practices of these bauxite companies would have been deemed by any reasonable employee of the Ministry of Labor to be unfair practices, and also a focus on contracts and subcontracted labor into many of these plants, reducing what was once the benefits through labor and earning from the bauxite companies. Can the minister therefore provide information if there has been any engagement from any arm of government to have more fair practices within these areas? If I may be allowed, Minister, I'll also ask, is the minister aware that there has been many damage to houses due to blasting from bauxite mining and also from the facilitation of bauxite mining? So many of these roads to the mines in their preparation have also caused for great damage, for which that's why I'm wondering if he's aware. And further aware that the damage to these areas have been refused compensation, with the bauxite entities unwilling even to visit when informed by many of these communities, like Wandibolas, about damage to their houses due to blasting and other activities such as those. We'd want to know if the minister is such aware.
All right, let me thank the members. I will start by saying I recognize the speaker gave a lot of latitude. And I'll explain in some of the things. Once the answers are given to the questions, the follow-up should really be confined to the answers that have been given, right? Because sometimes we then introduce matters that it was outside of the scope and clearly would have been outside of maybe the preparation for this. So I say that to my colleagues across the aisle. I will try as far as possible to answer the questions posed, especially those that touch and concern directly the subjects that I had responded on. Some of the questions my colleague from Northwest said, Catherine, do not. But there are matters that you have raised that I would suggest that you put into writing and send to me. Right? So the matters in relation to damage, the matters in relation to dust, the matters in relation to claims around acid rain and claims around greater roof damage. Those are things that I would suggest you pen to me so I can ask the teams to investigate, because those would require investigation. Again, I would not have gotten a brief about the employment practices, but what I do know that our bauxite companies still provide some of the most stable employment in the country. And oftentimes when you go and tour these companies, you meet people who have been there for decades, quite frankly. And the bauxite industry is still the highest average paying sector in our country. So it still is critical, especially in relation to gainful employment. And then when you speak about the amount of independent contractors, those who do the mining, those who do the trucking, the ecosystem around bauxite mining is significant in relation to our economic activity. Again, the questions around the river The
Time
time
is now 7:20.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the time now being 7:20, that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:20.
The question is that the time being 7:20 p.m., I put that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 p.m. to complete the business of the day. Those in favor?
Flight Green, you don't want to ask nobody no question about acid rain. You know about the acid rain. Remember, you are AJ Banker, a tour, Manchester, and one look pan. The GMO sweet pepper and tomato one planting at the greenhouse. Genetic modified food, you want AJ Banker, a look pan in a Manchester. Saying, we want to put pan some reclaim backside land. So you know about this acid rain. So don't act like this have news to you. Because Flight Green, we know you see Andrew sign off on these people for use harp in a Jamaica. Because Andrew wanna say out a film look so good mouth. Jamaica is a case study for the world. So this acid rain is saying nothing strange. And the Jamaican people them for start say, look on this thing and say acid rain. That means if them talk about acid rain, the rainwater not safe for we drink again. But because the people them stupid, they now look on it like this and now say them talk about acid rain fall in Senti and Manchester. Who sure say the whole island is a fall?
Exactly.
Which one of them can come out and say I know the whole island is a fall? Because Andrew Wallace agree for them use harp and carry Melissa come discharge Jamaica. All of this money that Andrew Wallace get from Royal Bank is not to help the Jamaican people. That is why we don't get no help from this money. That is why they can't come clean to know with this money. These money have to build a smart city to put on in a prison. So we can't stay there living in denial and follow the matrix and get carried away by some little things on social media when not contribute nothing to no well-being. Here, on the stay they get carried away on TikTok. The time when you're not going to realize what really happened, it is too late. When you become prisoner. Prisoner. So you can stay there feel like say a normal time we're living in. And you must watch international news too. You have to take the time out and watch what going outside of Jamaica. At one time when you see what going outside of Jamaica, you can't put one and one make two though. You can't stay there going like on a blood clot eat that on the island. Because the famine is coming in. And no fun we down there. We are dependent on our family in a foreign. All of that soon cut off. Because our family in a foreign, I'm going to start thinking about for them well-being. You never know. All of this Western Union will now go a week time and a month time. It soon be a thing in the past. Every tub I go sit down on the own bottom. Every tub I go sit down. You know, go on. And things are peace and safety. Here?
Those against, ayes have it. You may continue.
I will answer the question in relation to some of the land matters. Member from St. Catherine Northwest. They will come out in some of the other answers that I will give. But I will answer this directly, even though it was not directly raised, but I was unaware of any difficulty in having meetings with JBI, right? And that we will fix. So already prior to this, I had said in the last time we had a conversation around bauxite that I have asked, that I plan to convene a meeting with all the members of Parliament from bauxite areas, and I have directed the JBI to do so. So when we have that meeting, which I expect to have within the next 2 weeks, because I also want to speak about the bauxite community development program that we're going into, that some of these issues will be raised and will be dealt with. The member from Southeast St. Anne, again, the consistency of payment in relation to the dust is not a matter that has come to me before, right? I would again ask seriously that you pen a letter to me around it. These things have to be recorded. Remember how our bauxite industry is. We are dealing with private companies. So it is good that the minister to embark on these conversations has some evidentiary backing to say that this is the situation. And I can't think of a higher person than the representative in the area to literally say these complaints have come in and you want this matter to be resolved immediately. You did ask, and it does fall within, about challenges in relation to enforcement. And there has been, I guess, challenges over the years. I think it's very hard to speak on administrations before. But what I will say is that now our focus is on enforcement, right? And that I do believe that in some of these areas, and I will go into it in responding to some of the things from the member from South Manchester, in some of these areas, we should have been doing better enforcement. And if we had been doing better enforcement, we would not be having some of these challenges. And these challenges, quite frankly, undermine the industry in total. So sometimes it may be seen that enforcement actually, as I have said to the players in the industry, enforcement.
So how this a film portfolio for deal with, and him don't know it's $800 a month the people them a get. Eh? How this be film and him don't know it's $800 a month the people them a get. You see, Jamaica Parliament are drain my energy. Because when I really want to do, I want to beat them, and Jamaican people are ready to do that. So it kind of drain my energy. You know?
Cut off everything and then.
I talk to chat.
Sorry for them.
The Parliament of Jamaica drain my energy. Because really and truly, we just beat them. Yeah, we just beat them and go seize them property. That's how I feel. Them are drain me because I really want them to get some beating. I want to hear some news that come out of Jamaica say politicians get beaten and they admit in a hospital and a sea line. Lie down on cardboard in one corner, one passage. On cardboard, you know? Yeah, I want to hear some politicians get beaten for mismanagement of taxpayer funds and for lie to the nation. So they kind of drain my energy. Sometimes we have to. See me? Boy, may I tell you.
It helps the industry because the terms that have been set are for the protection of the greater good. And I think that is important. I will deal with the formal lease arrangements. So some of the questions are repeated, but I'll deal with it one time. The member from Northwest Manchester, again, some of the questions are outside the scope, but very good questions, right? Definitely, the issue of Hall Road was raised in terms of the amount of land, and the bauxite companies are to stick to a schedule in relation to preparing Hall Roads to bring bauxite. And I have said to the Jamaica Bauxite Institute and the commissioner who interacts that there has to be extenuating circumstances where that is not adhered to. Now, some of the companies have had some extenuated circumstances. I'll speak a little bit about that. But with that said, I will look into the matter of what is happening regarding maintenance on the public thoroughfare. Now, clearly that would cross over into another ministry, but having raised it, I think it is something worthy of looking into. Let me deal with the matter of lands in general. I have mandated that we are to do a full audit of the bauxite lands that are either have been mined and have been reclaimed but have not been handed back to government. Because there is to be another step, because those lands are to be returned to the Commissioner of Lands. So I've asked for an audit to be done on that one. Two, the lands that there are no plans to mine, that are still under the purview of the bauxite company, that they have already determined for multiple reasons that it would not be economical to mine those lands, that those lands, again, be handed back to the government so that we can put them to productive use. And that would be across all the areas, North, West St. Catherine, across all the areas, Southeast St. Anne. I had that discussion with the company in Southeast St. Anne. And that also means that where the land has not yet been handed back to the member from South Manchester, one of his questions, where the bauxite company is still in possession, but based on their mining plan, they are not going to reach to that area for another 5-10 years. And that area
if that's be the case, what am I
occupied
waiting for to
by
take over back of
farmers,
the
or
land?
can be occupied
If they say
by
it's not good
farmers,
for nothing at
that
all,
they
you
enter
understand? Then I know
into
you
lease
see.
arrangement
Why
with
they still have it?
farmers,
Why still not
or
for them?
allow us
Hand.
through the Agri-Invest Corporation to enter into leases with the company, and then we can
The
sublease
people them not
to the
talk my
farmers
language,
so that they have
man.
some
I
tenure.
want to see them, I
That's
want to hear
very,
them
very
get
important, and
beaten, so
something
they
that
can
we
fly,
appreciate
come down,
for
come
this
back.
year.
Come start beat them too.
As was raised from the member from Southeast said, and
Really
that
and
these
truly,
farmers have tenureship, that they
really and truly,
That time.
more Andrew to stop all of the care package, stop all the care package, everything. More want them to start hungry.
There no.
Yeah, I want them to start hungry. When they rise in the morning, they don't know where them food are come from. I want them to start hungry. You know them way? I want them wake up with them hungry, them picnic hungry, then mama hungry, then daddy hungry, then grandmama hungry. More hungry start. I want them to start hungry. I not talk about hungry and I go eat dinner look more, you know. I talk about more than start hungry, so till even water they can't drink. They have to eat some food first.
All right, so that's what you want to happen. You said that I go lead now for them to get out and the whole mess.
A hungry man is an angry man.
Yeah.
A hungry man is an angry man.
Mm-hmm.
So more than mind, Andrew one is heart get tougher. To feel him on a downfall.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yeah.
I want him heart to get more tougher. And for him downfall come quicker.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I want him to put piece of hunger upon the people them. So they're hungry and then they have to march to Parliament.
Mm-hmm.
And some people they on social media talk about they want lunch money and bus fare. They now think about it again. Because they're hungry, give them a determination and straight at Parliament.
Straight, them
a walk from Westman and go straight at town. And then feel like say a bus them in. You know, take them no time. The determination, go take them out of Parliament. From Westman to town, make it come like a 5-minute walk.
Don't it?
To the determination them have. So I really want a piece of hunger to take them on the island. And what I really want, the people them are foreign who help them loved one, give them just spite them for 1, 2 months or 3 months. Make them come to their senses and make them realize say if it wasn't for Uno, them wouldn't have been for hungry. You know? It is full time now for that show on a family son, tough love.
The people them
tough love. Yeah.
Me feel like every blogger should encourage the people to go out.
Remember,
Every blogger
you have a lot of Jamaican blogger them a Batman them, you know. A few real righteous blogger you have, you know. Most of the blogger them when you say a blog for Jamaica. Most of them are suck Andrew cock or want suck Andrew cock, you know. You never know.
Yeah.
And for them man blackmail them so they have to vlog for Labour Right. Because they don't want any secret come out. Because remember Labour Right at the Batman party, you know. So the Batman them aligned to Labour Right. So all of these bloggers here talking defense of Andrew Jones. Undercover Batty boy, man have secret for them. So they have to vlog for Andrew Jones for them secret keep. So when you see the vlogger them attack in defense of Andrew Jones, you don't have to go and come. No like no touch and look for them. Them a Batty boy.
Can be able to go to the bank or go to their institutions and say that this is their property that they are farming. We have reaped some success over the last decade, I would say, where we've gotten the companies to not only give back some of the land, but to work with us to establish greenhouse clusters on some of these lands. And those clusters have gone very well. And under the BCDP, which we will outline to you as members of Parliament, we are looking to establish some more of those clusters. And sometimes strategically, as we did in content, we said to the bauxite company, do not restore this pit because we're going to use this pit as a water catchment area. And then that makes sense because it works in terms of helping the farmers and the greenhouse. The lack of access, let's spoke about that. You had asked about the reason for delay. Member from Northwest Manchester, I don't remember what was the...
But a matter of fact, this land is not for the backside company. And I buy them you know, and some farmers, them get some mining license for some lease for a period of time. So these land are leased, the backside company lease these land. So the lease must have a timeline.
Exactly.
And if they not use the land, some things should have done the thing we say, if you not use the land, no have no use stone enough and hand it over back to the people then. You understand? Because this land never talk about backside land. This backside company don't have no land. At least some mining lease then go through. For mine then go through lease to mine the land. The land is not for the backside company. So I stop no want to come in our parliament and talk about no backside land. The backside don't have no land in our country. None of these backside company. Then lease it. That's through mining lease. Then get the lease and mine it. Land enough for them. You understand? So we now come and talk about backside land. I mean, not lie to you. Jamaica have so much set of foolish people them right now and live in this 2026 in the matrix. Jamaica and them are some of the foolish set of people them left right now. And selfish. The blood clot drunker them on the island selfish. And run against and bad mind. Bumbleclad.
Question in relation to. But so I have to be very, I wouldn't want to proffer a reason on behalf of the company for their delay. The approach that I have taken and that I have said to the Commissioner of Mines is that we're embarking now on a zero tolerance approach in relation to the time for certification, right? So, as you would have seen, those 70 hectares should have been rehabilitated and certified by the end of 2025, and we have already written to the company in that regard. It is for the company to say to us if there were extenuating circumstances that made that impossible, and then we would have to consider it, right? But I wouldn't want to hazard any guesses in that regard. The member from South Manchester, he got the greatest latitude and made a lot of comments before he went to the questions. I will check in relation to whether the 25,000 is a one-off fee per hectare or whether that's an annual fee. I don't have that information at hand, but I will find out. The reality is, as difficult as it may sound, oftentimes the mines have not been fully depleted because of these issues. So it goes back to another thing that I've said to the companies. In keeping with your mining plan, even though you may not plan to go into an area for another 10 years, you may need to take steps to secure that land. Because a lot of these lands are privately owned now. They're not government owned, right? The government owned good bauxite land, most of the companies already have. So a lot of these lands are privately owned. So there's nothing stopping a private owner from building, from investing, which sends up the cost of acquisition. So sometimes when the companies are ready to go to acquire, they have real challenges with the private owners to acquire that property. And we do try to mediate as far as possible, but that's as far as we go. Because you do understand, it's the two private individuals, company and the person, looking at what they think is in their best interest. The other thing that is a real issue, bauxite.
No regular Jamaican is not no private owner, and most of these don't them talk about. And then big friend then give them. And then big friend fence up, he just really know the regular Jamaican them for have it. So then make them big friend capture and push how much acre. You see? But them and them big friend have to run out of Jamaica. Because the way how me I think right now, and the way how me really want the people them on the island for I think, we don't want to ask nobody no question to build no house. We don't need no permission from no blood clot government to build no house. Because the land is not for no look so good boy where every 5 years then change, or some so-called girl, where every 5 years then work change. You understand? Them not have this power over our land. And as me I said, the man not have no land in Jamaica. And if we continue with, I make the government and the caretaker of our land, Trump will come take it away. We have to take back the land them from the government. We have to take back the land from this corporation. We have to come together and take back this land from the corporation. And we defend it ourselves. We defend it ourselves. You see the way how me I think? If you be when I start thinking like how I think Jamaica change now. And I like me, I come pet up no politician neither. You see me? Because me is a revolutionist, you know. Me's a revolutionist. I'm not stand for fuckery. I'm not support no fuckery. I don't care where it come from. I don't care who come with it. So I know Andrew one is things that him exempt. And me's a man not deal with fuckery. So how him for exempt? I don't know this guy. Only thing I know about him is he's the #1 criminal in the island.
Yeah.
Fuck him.
In order to ensure that you're maximizing productivity and also profitability, there is some blending that happens. So sometimes you have to leave what is a lower grade bauxite until you reach another area with a higher grade bauxite and blend it to create what you're trying to get out, especially in relation to when you're processing aluminum. With that said, I will ask the Commissioner of Mines to look into the length of time that these areas have remained unmined. And as was indicated in the answer, some of that work has started. In terms of a I spoke about the formal lease program, and we're going to move to that. In terms of a standardization of the claims, sometimes it's a bit challenging. I hear
want to know. I wonder who will get up and ask him about the Auditor General report. Who will get up and ask him about the Auditor General report? Because I know, I don't see nobody mention it.
Yeah.
I know earlier, they mentioned something pertaining to it. And them are saying that they're here to answer no questions. So, you understand? But since in coming at the parliament and them ask questions,
Maybe a data and them wait for data.
Anybody can ask for tax money.
No, but data and the agriculture spokesperson for agriculture.
But them can't put it in, look a bit in them thing what them I say. To make them know, say, yo, we want to know what happened with this. You know, me here say, flagrant say I go sue Gleaner.
Yeah.
Flagrant say, but this said incident.
Yes.
So why flagrant, why not going to sue it? Why Gleaner hot for?
Because up here, they want to make it look like Gleaner tell lie, but Gleaner only reposts the things them were added.
You think he could have sued me and get $1? You think him could have sued me and get $1?
They only do it for PR, bro.
That's why I bust up in blood clot when he now look. When you don't have Senti and gone, when I can like go around a Senti at some place and I'm going like him and normal. At time, at a blood clot time, at a run a program for him, you see. And when you there, one of them places around a St. Elizabeth, I just go page him. We do a baseball bat. One baseball bat, you know. A baseball bat come like an iron make you know. And as I run off, I'm on him 2 foot, I'm looking first, I see him can't move, you know. Yeah, man, on him 2 foot, I'm looking first, I see him can't move. Then I start questioning about him thief in life and Andrew.
Is the assessment through RADA.
But I beat him up,
so
man.
RADA
will
will provide that assessment.
But I see him, when he least concerned, even if I get a lock up after, but I'm going to hurt him. We might have to live with that hurt if he rests in life.
Wants to be able to
hurt him in fuck.
Right?
I'll juke out in blood clot, yeah. I have to lead him going to parliament.
They have a view. In relation
I do him
to
some bad things when I do him.
One of the areas, one of the things I had.
Bad things when I do that boy.
I said in one of my presentations, we've started a process of training agricultural valuators. It's not something that we have a lot of. Somebody that is trained to value and has a certification to value agricultural loss, right? That would make it a little bit easier for people to agree. And as you know, having served in rural constituencies, farmers have very strong views about the value of their crops, right? But definitely in terms of the assessment, the standardization through RADA, the community council, and I'll come back to the community council, the resettlement, but you are right. And I'm happy you raised the point, because it does make the point that a lot of these issues were prior to this government, right? That a lot of the people were resettled under previous administrations and nothing were done to get the titles for them. We are fixing it. So the question was asked about a task force. There is a land titling committee that I've assigned Minister Witter to chair, and they meet, and the last meeting was held with members of the NLA, and we are now exploring whether we can use the systematic land titling to quickly resolve some of these issues. You have some issues as you raise, some estate issues, but the people are still occupying. Systematic can make it easier to treat with that. Now, clearly, there's a cost, and we are looking at maybe a shared model, because at the end of the day, we think it's in the country's interest for these people to get their titles. So we are having those discussions, and I will share more when we meet. I won't speak to the adequacy of the dust compensation, right? Normally, my understanding is that a lot of these are agreements reached with the community councils, and a lot that you said, the member from South Manchester, speaks to, one of the last points you made, that the community councils are not functioning as they should for a number of different reasons. So I had already asked for a study to be done on the community councils by JBI, and we are looking to see how we can revamp the community councils. The first thing is that MPs have to be included. Have to be included in the consultation framework. And the member from Northwest St. Catherine raised that as an issue that should be non-negotiable, right? So we are going to come with a revamp of the community council. We will again put it before the MPs to get some buy-in before we go to the companies. But the reality, and remember, I grew up in a bauxite area where the community council was very strong, very active, but like most, they have waned over the years, and it's very, very important. Outside of that, I think I have dealt with, no, I have to be fair. A lot of the water trucking is for potable water. Yes, they do some trucking for suppressing dust, but a lot of it is potable water. But I take your point, and I will raise it about information sharing. And one of the things I want, and that we have started the process, and it goes back to...
Go near me, look at what this mama will breed and get a junker like you. Friend Melissa come, the opposition ask them about data sharing, so they can know how, which part for go do with them, and then refuse. And him now come talk about me say, if we beat them up drunker, Jamaican people, I could get up and beat them. And who not like you get beaten too.
They don't do nothing, man. They are.
And only solution, you know. The only solution is to beat them, you know.
They need to take it to the north.
Like,
They need to take it to the
Black
street.
Road, even for Black
I
Road.
don't know, Black Road, they need to take it to the street. Whole heap of them, or at least 100, 200 of them need to come out. Even one whole week straight.
You know my
go to
advice?
Parliament.
When time all the Parliament finish now.
Yeah,
And
they
then
should have out
as
there.
they come outside, somebody will just grab them and pull them to the crowd.
That not going to happen.
And beat them.
They're not Jamaica, not do that. They don't say they love Andrew Wellness.
Love Andrew Wallace a dog shit. Who love Andrew?
They love him. Not so quiet.
Anybody love Andrew man forget poison. Anybody love Andrew forget blood clot poison.
Because if them are go through so much, they don't go through nothing.
Eh?
Now we things that them are go through something.
That is why I tell the diaspora them. So when we stop minding our family, when we stop minding our family in Jamaica, stop sending things to give them. Make them go prag off of their own. We have to give them tough love. Enough for now to do some whole heap of blood clot hours, whole heap of shift, a pick up shift, just because they don't want to send $1 to go in a family in Jamaica. And because of that, it make them become fucking lazy and worthless. So when time we need them to stand up for the betterment of the country, then still sit down. Just because when time mountain come, tracking number sent to them phone. If it cut out Who know have to give them tough love, make them suffer, make them see that them government nah do nothing for them.
Imagine Auditor General come out time and time and time again and show the Jamaican people what is happening. And you tell me say they make Andrew Wellness team them
It's
come
an
out
island.
and do PR
It's
and
an
they are going like them
island.
are idiots.
It's an
Listen,
island.
the Jamaican people weak.
It's
It's
an
just the
island
truth.
at
They're
done.
weak.
It's an island at done.
Exactly. Majority.
One island at dunce. Even these people who got college, these are fucking dunce.
Yeah, majority of
All
Jamaican
who are work
people
on the
is
TV
dunce,
station and the river station, them, they are so fucking dunce. They are so dunce.
Because there's no way in a corrupted country things are going. Listen, even in another country where them a bomb up, them the people that out to protest.
It's the Cliff. Alright. You think the Cliff Hughes could have survived in a different country? You think Cliff Hughes could have survived in Africa?
Couldn't.
You think Nationwide could have last in Africa? We have spread too much propaganda.
So I don't understand
Which part?
what's wrong with these people.
What's mad?
Wrong with them.
Which part? Now we are with country now. The Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister, under investigation in case River Fing get charged. In case River Fing get charged, you know. And Kamika, I like your name. Kamika Prince. So could Kamika Prince.
The DCP.
Ramo DCP Kamisa Prince decides to non-charge Andrew Wellness. Andrew Wellness in a political debate to talk about it and get to a fine case. But you send Del Racho come to Parliament, you don't fuck the bill. To pass, for you can get to her for the case. You don't think we are idiot? That is why I say the people in Jamaica, we don't need to go the hardware them, go buy out the pickaxe stick them. Go buy out the whole tick them and put it on because we are planning to beat politicians out of the Parliament.
Then the Jamaican people bad man. Then do Jamaican people.
And that's the only thing left for we do. I have beat them.
And them are going like them are idiot.
The only thing left for we do, I beat this politician. So we have to, this is the talk we have to have now. Which day we are going to beat this politician? Because we have talked for so long. We fire them the 3rd of September. Then find some way to find back themselves in our Parliament. So we have to go lick out them out of our Parliament. Not true?
Yeah.
Because if we don't got the poll to fire them and they decide they're not left the job, we have to start think about to start beat them. And seriously. Remember, you know, at 3 million away in the island. And if the 800 labor right to on the island decides that they're not join me. The other 2 million and 2 million 200. We can beat them. Because we're more than the police force and we're more than the JDF in number. So we have to decide if we go beat them out of our Parliament. And that will be the motto from now on. Which day we are going to beat these people out of our Parliament.
They not go to them, they need to just march and get out and join us.
We don't know marching thing. We have nimble for lick out them blood clot out of our Parliament. When we done beat them, we march and celebrate.
They don't do nothing.
But we can't have them in our Parliament. It's either them are going to left willfully or we beat them out. But them cannot stay.
I don't know what
we're not going to, and these Labour right on social media talk, them start get beaten too. The Labour right them will come and spread propaganda and I tell lie and I mislead people. Them for start get beaten too. At this set reach. If I not truth and right, them at come talk. If them are come be a menace to society with lies and misinformation, then if we get beaten off of social media. I said it. A lot of people want to say it and afraid to say, I said it. If I not truths and right, them I deal with. Everybody I got to talk about. Everybody have their opinion. Everybody should have their own opinion. But you have to deal with truths and right.
Yeah. You understand? Don't change the narrative. Don't create a narrative. The out here, all the blogger, them JLP blogger, lie to the people. Them is a disgrace and if you come down now, man.
I say them to start get beaten. You know, one of them hear me I say, them to start get beaten for mislead and misinform
I agree with
the
that.
people them.
Because some things when I see them do, I have to say, Jaja.
I see all one girl who work at one hero test girl. We are suck pilot would for keep you in job. Here's a flag green tea for money and talk about is a good thing. Eh? One look at blood clot cross my tourist ear hostess. What's your name again? Somebody that
Airline.
One airline blood
Perrier,
clot Jezebel named Perry.
Airline Perrier or something like that.
Airline Perel. One blood clot Jezebel was sucked. We are sucked.
She said the politician, JLP politician, have to live, and if PNP not like it, then fi bite it.
My suck pilot would for live.
So then glad. Then me tell us they know say them a thief the money, they not care. The JLP them know, all of them are out there going like they don't know. They know.
Based on how them attack on social media, they know. And not like they want to take it for gimmicks. That is why I say they forget beaten.
Them a take it for gimmicks.
They forget beaten. Only labor right.
Of course.
But they not the space. I take serious thing for gimmicks. Me say it. Talking man TV say it. We don't forget liquor on her ass. We don't forget liquor on her ass. We don't forget lick on her ass. Oh, the parliament done. Oh,
Bring
them.
it back in. Bring it back.
No, them done it, man. Me not like the parliament this night. No. The Auditor General can't have this type of report. And nobody not mention it in the parliament. This is a fucking joke. I'm so disappointed in the parliament tonight.
No.
It is a fucking joke.
You sure they not ask him and him saying
Remember saying come late, you know.
Maybe that's what.
And when he come in, read out one long list of just be a foolishness.
Let him do. That's
See?
why I not reach to.
And the PNP in the parliament I represent, we, 800 million of our money get missing. And then I mention it on all. I just said, this thing a drain my energy, man. This thing a drain my blood clot energy. This thing not gonna work, man. It's not gonna work. This thing has to be, it's a waste of time, man. Because they not represent me well.
Them a represent.
Then, this is my own views. Everybody have their own opinion. In my own views, I don't think them represent you well.
Them a represent me well. Say Dr. Daz out every day, I do that there. Them
No,
a do
me
well.
have my own thinking.
Huh?
Me know you think for me.
No, yeah, so the whole
No,
of them.
me know why you think for me.
I'm not think for you, but you
If
can't.
you can't say me can't say this. You know, no.
But
you don't have no.
But
more
the truth and rights we are dealing with right now. Because Dr. Daz, no, say Dr. Daz out here, a whole tough and accountable. So you can't say that. It better you say.
You know, you can't say me can't say that. You can't say me can't say that. You know, no more authority to tell me what I'm comfortable with. Me say in my own views, I don't think they do a good job in the parliament tonight. Because there's no way 800 million of FIMI money misappropriate and then I mention it on all. You can't tell me say them this is if it was the other way around, it would be the whole topic for the whole parliament. It would be the topic for the whole parliament. So I'm disappointed in tonight parliament, in my own words.
I'm not disappointed because they do well and the bill never pass. So.
Remember say me and you are two different smarty.
So young guy use one number something and fry everything?
I say me and you are two different smarty. Remember the parliament and the parliament is a business place, you know? And my business happening there, you know?
So that's my business too?
You know look so.
My business.
You know look so.
My business.
800 million flight green misappropriate. And then I mentioned it one time in the parliament. This make me feel hurt.
Better you say feel hurt.
No better me say what I say. You say what I say. But I say I not feel pleased about the parliament. Then do some good things happening in there. And that happen in there. So I not elaborate on that. I talk about when it happen. Or what should have happened and it not happen. What happened already happened. I'm not going to talk about that because it happened and I hear what happened. But I talk about this burning, pressing bumbleclad thing with the Auditor General. Okay. The thing said this could have been the other way around and then I mention it.
Don't do it at all, man.
Eh? You can't like me, I forgot to tell, you can't like me alone, I forgot to be opposition. Me alone can't do it, you know. Me alone could have been the blood clot opposition.
Yeah, every one minute I don't kick off.
Him couldn't manage me. I remember him a come for a man foot tap, you know. I'm gonna do that something there. I remember Andrew wanted to collect money for fuck Batty, and I do that something there. Bob's the Granger suck, see I got prick fan in little girl. The man don't know nobody, see the next one there. Desmond Mackenzie, see I got beat him for fuck Batty. So then couldn't manage me because I have them ticket.
Don't it?
Remember they know nothing for me, you know. And Juliet Wallace can't take me for talk. Because if I switch off the mic for me, I walk with my own. But I don't feel pleased how the biggest thing of the day, the biggest thing for right now, the next biggest thing will come out to be pertaining to corruption is the 800 million on Flight Green. I'm going to hear him mention and I feel disappointed. And for that reason, I don't feel like I want to continue for the rest of the night. I just the truth me talk and I feel hurt. Of course, I feel hurt. I feel hurt. Eh? 800 million joke thing, you know. Our money that, you know. Our money that, you know. Rest and sign up with blood clot, the Royal Bank them. For your poison of acid rain fall in the blood clot country. 800 million. And can't get account from me, I hear them mention in the parliament. With the Auditor General and him say him I go sue Gleaner. And then I mention out that Bumbuckler, I'm done with you night, yeah, man. This is a fucking